And a very big welcome to everybody out there. Welcome to the Europa Sports Complex here on the second most southerly tip of the European continent. We're here in Gibraltar for night 10 of this wonderful FanCode T10 series. Gibraltar, we have been treated to over a week's cricketing action between these five clubs. And tonight we are here to watch the Sloggers taking on the Pirates. You can have a look at the fantasy dashboard for this upcoming fixture. You see the Sloggers, they won the toss and decided to field, so it is going to be the Pirates coming in. One has a feeling that Louis Bruce will have a role to play, as will Kieran Ferrari. And for the Sloggers, well, Matty Hunter has been their best bowler for mine. He's got 5 wickets in this series already and looking pretty keen and eager to take a few more. I'm Joe Wegasani. It's a lovely moment in time to have you all here. Very good evening to the man in the chat and KH channel as well. Happy that you've come to join us. You can have a look at the bat versus ball wall that we have pulled out of the supercomputer CrickBot in our ECN laboratories, expecting the Sloggers to put on 107 and the Pirates 88. So we'll see how much that lines up with the reality that's about to unfold in front of us. And you can see there is Matty Hunter, who has been given the new ball. And he will be attempting to make some early breakthroughs. Now there's a lot to play for tonight because, of course, these two sides, they are sitting in number 4 and 5 on the table, but if the Pirates win both of these, they will leapfrog the Sloggers and they will be taking on Bavaria in the bronze medal match. Whereas for the Sloggers, they just need to win one and they will ensure their position in number 4 on the table. So we'll see how that goes. We haven't seen the Pirates for a little bit. It's Matty Hunter now. Everyone's out there. Let's play some cricket. So this one just angling across the left-hander. And played pretty deftly there, down backward of point. As we get going. So it's Nadeem Hussain. We haven't seen him for a little bit. He's one of 2 left-handers from memory that we have in this tournament. He's taken a single, gotten off the mark, and given it over to the automobile, Kieran Ferrari. Here comes Matty Hunter now. And this one, it's a really good line and pretty good length, and just glanced off the face of the bat by Ferrari and sets off for a single as short third man collects it. Yeah, it's a very different day once again here. We've had this beautiful sunshine for much of this past week and a half, and today there's been a little bit of cloud cover just moving in from the Mediterranean. The wind is blowing from that direction, from the top left of the screen to the bottom right, and it's certainly coming in gusts and hails. So it will be interesting to see how that affects the seam movement. So let's have a look here. Matty Hunter into Nadeem Hussain. Oh, that's a good ball and just takes the inside edge of the bat and trickles out to mid-wicket. He takes a single. So the man has a prediction for this match. If Stagno has a good game, then there is no hope for the Pirates. Get him out early and it might be a different story. Well, you have been paying attention, man, because I can agree with that sentiment, as this one is just defended away on the onside and another single taken. So a pretty good start by Matty Hunter. Just 3 runs off the over. And I think you're absolutely right. Stagno is the key. Although we did see Mark Buccarese also having a pretty good run with the bat, but he's been named 12th man for this fixture. So taking a bit of firepower out there as Matty Hunter puts a quicker one in that he's defended away for no run. And it will be interesting to see what they do with their opening pair when they do come to bat. The Sloggers, Brian Zammit also came on the scene yesterday, and I felt he did a really good job also with the ball. We will expect to see him later. This one's lifted up over the infield, backward a square leg, and one bounce over the rope. The first boundary of the day, 4 more runs. So, not the most convincing strike. Definitely hit it uppishly. taking full advantage of the fielding limitations as the first over comes to a close. Matty Hunter finishes that with 8 off it. And that's the score for the Pirates, 8 for none after 1 over. So we'll have a look at who is going to get this. I think it might be Bakarazi actually who comes on to bowl. Oh, excuse me, of course not. He's Bakarazi, as I mentioned. He's the 12th man. So this is, yeah, it's going to be Zamet himself. So here he is, Brian Zamet. Gets one wrong, wide, outside off. Yeah, how much, so good question in the chat. How much is the wind going to play a factor this evening? It sounds like it is windy from the mic noise. Well, I can tell you, even sitting in a relatively protected zone as that one's lifted up over mid-wicket. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, over the rope, 4 more runs. Kieran Ferrari, he turns the engine on and prepares to move out of the garage. Yes, certainly pretty windy. It's not a consistent sort of gale. It comes in fits and bursts. And as I said, coming left to right, and there are some bowlers that, well, Matty Hunter, he seems to move it away quite naturally, so it'll be interesting whether that affects him. And that one just moving in, a fuller ball from Zamet. So I would think that the Pirates, if they are going to feel like they're in with a chance here, I'd say they definitely want to put on 110 plus. As that is a shorter one, it lifted up over the midfield. Well, Stagno, he's been looking at that thinking, I want to go later on, but as it is for now, he has to go and collect it because that has been smacked over the rope. A big 6. And just swiveling around, he keeps his head very still. Does Ferrari, as he plays his shots, he does prefer to hit onto the leg side, very often dragging balls from outside off over through the mid-wicket region. Let's see how Zamet responds now. There's a slower one and just played away rather casually for another single. So Ferrari really getting going in this over, and 11 runs already coming off it. I would just like to see the Pirates really fight this out all the way to the end, and if they can keep up around 10 runs and over up to the last 2 overs, as that one is dug off the toes and another single taken, and this is pretty good. So 21 runs now with 1 ball left in the second over is about the rate where they can feel pretty confident. They do have a fair bit of wily bowling options. As Zamet comes in to complete his over, and it's sliced up in the air. Fielder's coming under it. Takes a very, very safe catch. So that was the first wicket to fall at the end of the second over. Brian Zamet, he goes for 13, but he picks up a wicket, and the score is 21 for 1. Taking a good catch off his own bowling. So that's a big moment, and Zamet's been really good since he came in yesterday, and I think the Sloggers would feel that had he been able to play more matches, they might have fared a little bit better. But all the same, all the teams in this tournament, they've taken victories, unexpected victories and unexpected losses. A big hello to Abu Shaim in the chat. Hello to you. Thank you for tuning in. I hope everyone's been having a great day watching the ECL get underway. Day 2 over there in Malaga, on the other side of the border from where we are here. It's about an hour and a half north, and the scenes from that just look absolutely spectacular. Matty Hunter in to complete his spell. Short, lifted away into the gap. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, over the rope, 4-4. Nice shot there by Nadeem Hussain. It always helps if you're a left-hander, especially when it seems pretty much all the other batters, there's only been 2 left-handers in this tournament, and certainly can force the bowler to rethink things a little bit as Hunter continues over the wicket. And this one in the same zone, but unable to get a hold of it. But he does get enough to trickle it behind, backward square leg, find the rope, 4 more runs. Nice to just pick up a few sneaky boundaries here and there, and that's certainly what Nadeem is. Didn't hit it with any great authority, but he did loosen his hand on the bat and just let the pace of the ball direct it towards the rope. So Matty Hunter has a little bit of work in front of him now. 8 runs already off this over. That's down leg side, and Nadeem will feel disappointed not to have got a bigger piece of that. Certainly in his hitting zone, but just takes the toe edge of the bat, and he takes a single. So I'll be interested to see how Hunter responds now. Taking a little bit of treatment in this, his second over. He's generally been really, really good in the opening stages of matches. Here we go. So not looking for that LBW. He's been chipped up, and a diving attempt there at backwards square leg. That was Christian Barbaro down there, just unable to cling on. It was a sharp chance. It would have taken some sharp work, and he made it look really good up until the moment that it fell out of his hands. So a chance goes begging. And this time just well waited upon by Ravi Panchal, who's the new batter, of course. Ravi, who's part of that Costa del Sol unit that have so many players that ply their trade here in Gibraltar as well. They would have been in the ECL Costa del Sol, but just missing out in the last stages of the Spanish domestic tournament. Here's Hussein now to Hunter. Oh, and he goes for the big hoik, and Hunter ends pretty well that over. So it did go for 2 boundaries, but the last 4 balls were 1.1 dot. And so he finishes with none for 18, and after 3 overs, the Pirates are 31 for 1. You can have a look at the urban development chart there and just what they were doing, trying to set the tone fairly early on, and that's some good work. Just getting 8 runs off the first over is kind of setting a minimum benchmark for yourself, I feel. And now that the field is out, so it's pretty heavy on the leg side. 4 fielders on the rope on the leg side, and then a long off as well. And it's going to be Zamet continuing. And he comes into Panchal. And Panchal lifts that away, and he's found the gap as well. Oh, just. Well, yeah, I thought he found the gap, and then it was some really quick work by Lee Graham moving across to his right. He somehow managed to get something behind it, but then he almost threw it over the rope. So saved 4 on 2 occasions in that action. So just 1 run taken from it. And Hussein looking over the leg side. So moving around for the left-hander, they've put those 4 out on the fence on the leg side. Hussein's going to try to hit this into the Mediterranean, I feel. Oh, but he just plays a deft little shot, just finding that gap there. Good, smart cricket. Just poking around the singles and waiting for the bad ball. It works in every format of the game, of course. In T10, you do need to find an extra gear here or there. But if they can just turn it around, for sure, the bowlers will get to. As Zamet comes in. And a full toss has been splayed away only as far as Karan Stagno down there. So 1 more to the total. Yeah, it's all about seeing through the... I always feel in T10 cricket that it's actually the first and second change bowlers that are the most important. See how that goes after this spell from Zamet. It was a slower one. Deceives Hussein in the flight. So he picks up an important dot ball. This is a great over from Zamet. Only 3 off it with 2 balls remaining. So we just make sure that everything is in functioning order. Yeah, it's a little bit more of an overcast day today, although I can see some blue sky appearing before us. It's a beautiful view. We've got this kind of purpley cloud cover as the sun begins to set over to the right of screen from behind the bowler's arm. And we've got this lovely lighthouse with the Mediterranean Sea and this kind of purpley cloud cover. It's been such a beautiful setting for this fantastic tournament, and it's really opened all of our eyes. We here at ECN, we're fortunate enough to get to go to so many great places around the European continent, and adding Gibraltar to that list has been honestly one of the most wonderful experiences. I think I don't want to speak for everyone, part of the ECN crew, but the cheer is high and we're all very happy with having been here. As the shorter one is attempted to be pulled away by Hussein, but he just wears it in the midriff, rearranges himself and just resets. So great work by Zamet, 2 dot balls in a row. So if he can finish this over, and remembering he did get that wicket in his first over, and that's going to be a wide. So unfortunately for him, we'll have to bowl it again. So let's have a look here. 34 for 1 of. So this over from Zamet really putting some clampers on the progress of the Pirates. And that's short, and he's kind of got caught in two minds. He wanted to pull it away to the leg side, but wasn't in a good position to play the line of the ball, which was further outside the off stump. And so that brings that over to the close. Zamet finishes with 1 for 18, and after 4 overs, the Pirates are 36 for 1. And don't forget that you can join us here. Well, you can join us here in Gibraltar if you like. We're here for another night, but I've got no doubt we will be back as we have a look at there at the Union Jack fluttering in the breeze. You can join us in the live chat. Get in there with Shrabone85, the man, Abareti, SH Mamun, Nafiz Mahmoud Raju. The whole family is there. So come and say hello, tell us where you're watching from, and send any questions you have this way. So it's a new over now from Jonathan Gracia. And I've got a question in the chat from the man. Is this my real job, or do I have a day job as well? Well, that's a really interesting question. Yeah, it certainly is a job. We prepare and we turn up in little unconventional hours, but I split my time, my working time, between a couple of different things. I'll get into that as Gracia comes in and puts it on a good line, but also the length was right in the hitting zone of Punchal, who down on one knee lifts it up over the rope, over the square leg boundary. 6 more runs. So nice shot from Punchal. He's not your classical bat. He's probably more of a bowler, Punchal. And depending on the grade of cricket, he might not be batting so high, but certainly up to the task. Yeah, so my work is generally in the communication of European history and culture. That's what I spend my time doing. So that can be a number of things. I take tours around Europe. I take tour groups around Europe. I also, we'll get into that as Gracia comes in now, and that's a better line, but too short and pulled up. And Matty Hunter, he does pretty well. Decides not to go chasing the catch, but rather to sit and wait and prevent the boundary, which he does. Yeah, I also run a little history media company called Republic of Amsterdam Radio, and we create media projects that are based on history, communicating history. So that's my work. As that one's pulled around the corner, and a good choice by the fielder there at fine leg to try to take out the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Nadeem manages to scramble home and get one more run to his name. So Gracia, he's gone for 9 already. He'll want to keep these next 2 fairly tight, but as it is, it's being pulled away, but there is good protection on the rope. So I would say these Pirates, they need to They need to go hard, I would say, and just back themselves to beat the fielders. Yeah, I agree with you. The man history is always interesting, as it is always written by the win as well. I would happily sit down and have a few hour-long conversation with you about that statement. It's certainly a one element of history, but not. I wouldn't say I agree with it completely. As that one is misses the keeper, misses the batsman, misses the fine leg, rolls down to the rope for 5 wides. Yeah, history's a really, really funny thing. It's an interesting way to sort of get a gauge on how we act and why we are the way we are. I would say that eventually a lot of history can make it to the market, so to speak, rather than just being what the dominant forces choose it to be. But here we are at the cricket, so let's get back to that. As that one is a good attempt by Collado. It's going to be more wides, and it's going to be 5 of them, because this artificial turf, it can get a little bit slippery. It's one of those days where the Mediterranean wind is being, the Mediterranean sea is being lifted up by the wind, and you get this spray onto the field, which can cause quite a bit of slippiness, as we see just there. So lucky for the Pirates, and this is turning this into a fairly big over too. So 10 runs off wides already, plus that 6 that was hidden on the second delivery. And this time it's a good take by Collado. And a big hello to Veos Pingas, watching from Athens in Greece. Lovely to have you here, Veos. Hope I'm pronouncing that anywhere near correctly. And if I'm not, don't worry, I have a very unpronounceable last name myself, short ball. And it's going to be that's a wide, yep. A wide for, well, it was down the leg side. Umpire signals it's the one permissible bouncer. I think it would have been a wide for above the shoulders as well, yeah. There we go. So either way you look at it, here's Gracie. He's got to finish off well here. And he gets it on a really good line and length. And Hussein playing across the line, can't make connection. So Gracia finishes with figures of 22 runs off that over. It's a big one for the Pirates. And that means after 5, they are 58 for the loss of 1. Yeah, it's certainly jumping up, this run rate. I agree with you, man. As we have a look at these two have really continued setting the tone after the loss of Ferrari there. We can have a look. Oh, it's another thing I do. I drive boats. So just having a look at that ship out there on the Mediterranean. I don't drive big boats like that, but little boats around Amsterdam. To give tours for a lovely little local company called Those Damn Boat Guys. And we drive boats around as this one cuts Punchal in half. Playing all around it. Lucky not to get bowled there as the ball spit up over the stumps, and it's Gary Turner-Bone, of course, who's doing the bowling now. GTB, we call him. And this time it's been caught. Has it been caught? No. Slipped through the fingers and gone over the rope, and it's been called 4 runs. So this one just a bit too short, and Punchal rocking back onto a really nice shape, but he did hit it straight down the throat of Matty Hunter, who just could not quite cling on. So that is another boundary for the Pirates, who have sailed their ship up the cove, and they're about to go searching for treasure. So big hello to Josh back in the chat as well. As that shorter one, it's been swept away and it's found the gap, found the rope, 1 bounce over, 4 more runs. Well, this is turning into another big one. With 20 runs off that 5th over. I always think the 5th, 6th and 7th overs are the most important. And if that is the case, and the Pirates are certainly in the driving seat at the moment. Yeah, Josh Backy back. I reckon it's the GTB bowling like an MVP, but then he takes it back as the short ones are sliced away. That one is cut away, beats the fielder at point, finds the rope. Punchal, he is punching above his weight. And absolutely showing his ability to play both sides of the wicket. Really good balance there as he allowed the momentum in his body to transfer towards the offside and found real power through that shot. Good timing as well. And this time he's driven it down on the onside for just one run. And Naheed Parvez asking who will win, man. Well, I can't tell you, man. Or are you talking to the man in the chat? Also a very good question. But nobody can quite predict the future, especially not in T10 cricket. That's what we're all here for. This has been lifted up and it's found the fielder who's roaming around on the leg side, but only on the bounce. So one more run to the score, and that is the end of the 6 over. 72 for 1 is the score, with Turner Bone having gone for 14 in that first over. A nice little partnership being built up here by these two, and we can have a look at the bowling scorecard as well. I think Brian Zammit, well, you got to say both of those two did pretty well, but in my opinion, it is the first and second change bowlers who have to really it's not about necessarily taking wickets, it's just containing in the middle overs, because what that does is it will create pressure towards the end of the innings. But this is just a little bit too loose, and the Pirates, they are finding the rope with ease. Just a bit of a long hop down the leg side. So Josh Buck just asking which direction the wind is blowing. Well, today it's coming from the left to right. It's coming off the Mediterranean. It's picking up the sea and depositing it in droplets over the ground, as Hussein is trying to find that fielder out there constantly. It's Emerson Rebegno out there. So they might have to rethink their strategy to Nadeem. He seems to be able to find the gaps pretty easily. This time Punchal, he cross bat swipes it straight, and pretty good effort by Lee Graham. He slipped over, had a bit of a lie down, bit of a nap, and managed to stop the boundary. So one more run, and a full ball tosses it up, and Nadeem is straight down towards Graham, but doesn't come to meet it on the full. Just decides to stop any chance of a boundary. So here we go with Barbara, just getting that one too wide outside the off stump, so they want to really keep check of those. We've already got 15 wides that have been bowled in this innings. As a full toss is splayed away, backward to square, all the way, one bounce over the rope, big 4 runs, and this is certainly turning into a great performance by the Pirates. If they can keep going at this rate, they will be pushing up to around about 120, which, look, we've seen that chase down before. We know the sloggers, they've got some power in the shed, but they might also just feel the pinch. Yeah, 12 and a half runs and over. That is some great going. So again, Naheed Parvez in the chat. I can't tell you who will win. Nobody can, and that's the beauty of it. As he finds a gap there at mid-wicket. Beautiful hitting from Punchal, and he has motored his way along to 33 now off 15 deliveries, giving great support and being supported by Nadeem Hussain. Punchal really getting his eye in now. So that is the end of the 7th over. The score is 88 for 1, and don't forget, tomorrow, folks, it all continues there in Mulliga at the Khartoum Oval, day 3 of the Group A round robin, and we've had some wonderful cricket there already today. There were a couple of upsets as well. I know that the Austrian Cricket Tigers, they managed to take down Svanholm, which is a very strong team. In fact, we had Svanholm beating Dro, we had the Tigers beating Svanholm, and then Dro beating the Helsinki Titans. So great to see that. And at the moment, unfortunately for the Tigers, as this one, a short one from Zago, it's got the top edge, might be caught, but it might also fall in no man's land, which is what it does. So lucky for Hussein, who gets away with that one and a single. And yeah, looks like at the moment the ACT, the Austrian Cricket Tigers, are on the back foot, having only put on 62 off their 10 overs against Tunbridge Wells, as that one is splayed all the way over cow corner fence. Big 6 more runs. And absolutely backing up the smack they were talking in the chat yesterday. The man there with all the good comments, because the Pirates, they were in there and they were talking up a big game, and it looks like they've certainly come to back up their words. Yeah, and then also Star CC did bowl well against Tunbridge Wells. They almost were able to defend that. Well, they kept them to 111 and just fell short. So it looks all pretty even over there in Mulliga, and I'm really enjoying that. I hope you are as well. A big hello to anyone who's listening from up there in Cardamom Oval, as Stagno continues now from around the wicket in the partnership, 75 runs. That is some really great going by these Pirates. And Stagno tries to dart one in, but Nadeem Hussein just rocks back. All the fielders on the offside are up. All the protection on the fence is on the leg side to Hussein. And he's just found that big gap mid-wicket all the way to the fence for 4 more runs. Oh, this time he's gone leg side, and he's gone big as well, all the way over the fence for a big 6. Nadeem Hussein, he's looked at Punchhole and thought, oh, I want to match you tit for tat. So he's moved to 38, while Punchhole's there on 40. And this is turning into another big over. Already 16 runs off it, or 18 runs, excuse me. As full toss is lifted away. I just want to check if that was a no ball. No, I don't think it was. So that's the end of the over. Stagno goes for 19 off his first, and 8 overs in. The Pirates 106 for 1. They'll be feeling very good about this. 2 overs to go, 2 batsmen set at the crease, and using that right-hand left-hand combination as well, I think is a really, look, I'm Australian, so of course I'm extremely biased towards that. We grow up being told that if you can ever have a left-hand, right-hand partnership, then that's what you should do. But it does certainly play with the bowlers' minds. It makes it more difficult for bowlers to really get into a rhythm, as Emerson Ravegno comes into the attack now. We haven't seen much of Ravegno, one of those 20% of Gibraltarians carrying an Italian name. There was a real flurry of Genoese trade here in the late Middle Ages, and there's a lot of Italian origin players in Gibraltar. As Ravegno has that one dragged from outside off by Hussein over to mid wicket, where Stagno doesn't let it go. Yeah, big score incoming. I think you're right, Josh. They want to just even put the foot down on the gas a bit more even here. I think they should feel good about it, as that one's flat batted down the track. But there is a long off in position, able to keep it to only the single. So there we go, lifted up off the toes, but they're pretty aware of Nadeem's hitting zones at the moment. We've got a short fine leg, we've got a deep backward square leg to him, and now with the right hand, they're doing much the same. And a deep mid wicket, and the long on, and it's a long on who's managed to get there. Lee Graham, fantastic work out there in the deep, just managing to slap that one down, and gets a warm round of applause for his efforts. Of course, as every day, we've got the nice crowd here, and people coming in from work, and Hussein's got a top edge there. It might be caught, should be, but for the fact that third man coming around just lost it in that blowy, gusty gale that is whipping up off the Mediterranean and making those very high balls very difficult to catch. Got into a good spot, just gotta let it bob out at the last moment. So Ravegno, he could have had a wicket. As it is though, he remains with figures of none for 4. And this one, Ravi comes down to turn it into a full toss, but he can't quite connect. And he manages just to pick up one more. Kitty Hunley's in the chat as well. Hello to you, Kitty. It does look like the Pirates are taking no prisoners. They have found the X on the treasure map. And the X is Ravi Panchal and Nadeem Hussain batting together. Partnership of 92 after 9 overs, 113 for 1. And Panchal is going to be on strike. It looks like GTB, Gary Turner-Bone, is going to be bowling the final over. I think this is a bit of a risk for the Sloggers. You've got 2 in-form batsmen. Not to say anything against GTB, but he can be liable to just drop them in short a little bit too often. So what he really wants to do is just find that really good length, or even just fuller balls, which Panchal can't do more than hit for a single. But that one's short, and he's spliced it though. Should be caught. Is caught. Well, that tells you, what do I know? As Gary Turner-Bone comes on, picks up a wicket with the first ball of his second over, and that is the end of Ravi Panchal. He goes for 43. That's a great knock, 43 off 20, and the score is 113 for 2. Yeah, good catching as well. Brian Zammit, where has he been? He's doing it all, doing it with the bat, doing it with the ball. And now he's doing it out in the field with a very safe set of hands. Well, Irfan Zubin thinks the Pirates will win for sure. Well, they are storming the shore off their pirate ship at the moment. Well, he's Louis Bruce, and he's coming in at a very late in the order for what Louis Bruce normally does. Coming in at number 4 is probably a good move. I feel he does his best work in the T10 format with the ball. And just having him opening in the last matches, I think the pressure's been a bit too much. Dances down the pitch this time. And he might be run out. He's got to get his skates on. And he does, just making it home in time. And that was a little bit hectic. A lot of uncertainty there. He just seems to be running in quicksand, but as it was, despite best efforts, Collado could not get the ball back to GTB in time. So it is 3 deliveries remaining now, and this has been a good over from Gary Turner-Bone, making me absolutely eat my words. He's gone wicket .1, and it was a bye. So shorter ball, and Hussain pulls it away, but only as far as the man back with the square leg. So a really good death over here from Gary Turner-Bone. Really putting the clampers on. I was saying the Pirates, they should be aiming for around about 120, and they're going to get there or thereabouts. Oh, Louis Bruce. Well, that's what he can do. He has hit that absolutely miles. That is the biggest shot I think that we've seen in this entire tournament. Just picked it all up off the length. And that's the thing with Gary Turner-Bone. He's, with his pace, just dropping it a bit short. A batter of Bruce's class. He just rocks back and absolutely middles that for 6. And then the gamble fails. Indeed, man. And it might have paid off that time. Or good fielding. Great fielding out there. That's Christian Barbara, is it? And he manages to prevent any more than just singles. That's the end of it. End of 10 overs. 122 runs is what the Pirates put on. That is some pretty great going. Certainly put themselves in with a chance of taking a victory here from the Sloggers, which they need to do. They need to win 2 matches tonight, and then the Pirates can ensure that they will be playing against Bavaria and not the Sloggers. As for the Sloggers, they are going to come out with a bit of a task ahead of them. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And highlights there certainly were, as it was Nadeem Hussain coming out with Kieran Ferrari. And Hussain started pretty brightly, pretty early on. Brian Zammit, he came on and bowled a pretty nice line and length, but Hussein really making the most. Hussein and Ferrari really making the most of the power play overs, managing to find or clear the rope on several occasions. But then one just got big on Ferrari, and a good piece of work taking a catch off his own bowling by Zamet, picking up another wicket for himself. Matty Hunter, he didn't bowl too badly. I always think he's really tight at the top of the order, top of the innings. He did get hit for a couple of fours. He went for one in his first over and two in his second. But other than that, it was all just dots and singles. When Ravi Panchal came out, he always takes a couple of balls just to have a look at things. But when he is going, he looks like one of the most graceful batters on these Gibraltarian shores. And certainly can play a big shot. Now that one didn't hurt. That was off grass here. He would have two instances. I think that was not a replay, but the exact same thing. Well, there it is. Two in a row of 5 wides, and on that time just unable to get down and stop it was Ravegno, as he slipped and slid his way along, and went through the grasp. And you got to say, yeah, the Sloggers have let themselves down in the field a little bit. There were more than one opportunity to take a catch, which they let go begging. I think it was 3 catches from memory that were let down. And once these two were in, well, they looked fairly set and happy to play on both sides of the wicket. Nadine really good at finding the gap and kept moving around that square leg fielder, pushing him back, pushing him forward. And Nadine just kept being able to hit the ball all around him. So too did Panchal, just waiting on that one and using the pace of it and angling it away behind square for another 4. And then that, probably one of the shots of the day so far, really finding that gap at mid-wicket. And then he went big, and when he went big, he went really big. And picked up another big 6 for himself. So that was on his way. Ravi Panchal to 43 he made off 21 deliveries. 43, and Nadeem Hussain, well, he kept going and going and going, even once Panchal had got out. Which will happen just about here. And that was a good catch once again. Zamet really contributing well to his team's efforts. And once Panchal got out, then Nadeem was joined by Louis Bruce, who managed to hit this absolute perler of a pull shot, hitting it all the way up into the scorer's box. They didn't need to go far to notch that down for 6 big runs, because he hit the ball right up to the scorer's table. And Hussain would finish, well, Bruce would finish with 7 or 4, and Hussain 43 of 28 deliveries. Pretty great effort there as we have a look at the batting scorecard. 122 for 2 of their 10 overs. So that's what the Sloggers are going to have to match. They're going to have to go at over 12 runs and over if they are to chase this down. There were those 15 wides involved, which is always damaging. So if you take that out of the equation, about 105, what we've been saying is a par score on this, but it will depend a lot on that top order of the Sloggers, I feel, because once you get into the belly, we might find that it's a little bit soft down there, but we'll see how that all eventuates in a short while, as we should be able to have a look at the bowling scorecard here in a moment. But that is a nice looking card for both Hussain and Panchal, both of them finishing on 43. And then here's the urban development chart, and they really lifted up. 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th overs were the real money makers for the Pirates. That is where they found their chest of gold, and they managed to haul it off back to their Pirate Cove and lock it up in the safe. So that's some nice going there. I always feel those overs are the most important, and they certainly made good value out of those. So that's the end of the first innings for tonight's double header. We will be back in a short while to see how the Sloggers go, and they're going to have to slog their way a little bit if they're going to chase this down, one feels, but that is all in front of us, and we will be back with all that action and more here on ECN, here for FanCode T10 Series in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani at the Europa Sports Complex, and I will see you in a short while. Until then, ciao for now. And a very warm, if windy, welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex. I'm Joe Wegasani. We are here for this ECM FanCode T10 series in Gibraltar, the second most southerly tip of the European continent. And we've got the sloggers coming out to chase down the 122 runs. So they need 123 off their 10 overs that were put on by these Pirates, who came out and they said, "Yar, we're going to hit it far," and that is what they did. So now they've got the chance with the ball. It's going to be Louis Bruce, and he'll be bowling to Stagno's out there, and I think we've got Julian Freoni as well. So first ball up, and it's good full ball, looking for that Yorker. Finds it very well. It's Zamet. So Brian Zamet out there with Stagno. He's been really good since he came into it. Zamet played a nice knock at the top of the order yesterday. I really feel like Stagno, Zamet, and coming into effect here, because that looked to be going wide. It was left by Zamet, and then just held its line and came back in. Just came back in enough to not be wide of the blue line. So a good ball, dot ball. Here's Bruce again. Oh, and he's bowling with some real pace. That's been definitely tapped away and well fielded there at short third man. Very active, spirited in the field. Yeah, so I'd say if they can get through Stagno and then get through Zamet and Freoni, then this chase is going to be very, very difficult. Josh Buck, he reckons that they need about 35 from the power play. Well, they're already 3 balls in with only 1 run on the board. Here's Louis Bruce. Really pushes through the crease. And he certainly generates some pace. That one will Stagno. That's his bread and butter. Right into the hitting zone, all the way over the rope for 6 big ones. So that's some way to get going. One of those special players, he just doesn't need any balls to have a sider. If it's in his zone, he will go for it, and more often than not, it comes off. He did fail the other night, getting out for 1, but I think it was the only innings he hasn't made 20 plus. As Bruce gets one past the edge of the bat, that is a beautiful piece of bowling. He's had them coming in, and that one just held its line and went straight through, and Stagno kind of pushing at it. Lucky not to get an edge. So it's still pretty good. They need, 12. So it's just over 12.5 runs and over. The sloggers need as a flail at one outside, wide of the mark, and lucky not to have that caught or to have an edge through to the keeper. Once again, Louis Bruce, somehow he's tailing it away and then seaming it back in, so he finishes it with 7 off his first over, and that's the score of the sloggers, 7 for none after 1. So you can expect Bruce, you can expect that Ravi Panchal will also get a run, and then nice big surprise here. This is Richard Hatchman coming into the attack, so I think that's a good move to keep. So have Hatchman and Bruce opening with the first 4 overs, and then Ravi Panchal, and I'd say Adateo Ataloye will also be given a job in the middle orders to try to keep things contained, and if they can, between that kind of 4 and 7 over mark, keep them under 10, they'll be more than halfway on their way home, as that one's taken off the pads and turned around the corner. 1 more run to the total. Yeah, exactly what Bruce did in that over is all that they need to do, these Pirates. Just might get hit for a big one. Stagno's going to do that more often than not, but if you can push 2 or 3 past him and pick up the dots. On a sideways, he's bowled him! Yes, he's bowled him! Well, that is the way to do it. A fuller in-swinging Yorker that just clipped the pad. Stagno played all around it, trying to take it away through the mid-wicket region. And that has upset the wickets, knocked off the bails, and the first wicket for the Sloggers falls, so the Pirates off to a really good start. Yeah, came off his toe. So there we go. That is some way to get one of the former players of this tournament out. And that's a huge moment. And according to the man in the chat, I think it was the man who said this, if they can get through Stagno, that's the game. And yeah, he's saying that right now. There goes the game. So that will be interesting to see if there is a bit of life left in this Sloggers unit. So here's Freoni, he's the other one. I think the top three batters here are the absolute key for the Pirates to get through. So they're 1 out of 3 down. And if they can break this partnership, then yeah, I would be almost willing to call it about an 80% chance for the Pirates if they can break this partnership early. If these two get going, then we know what they can do. But Hatchman starts with an absolute perler as he puts that one just outside off, and it's defended away behind square for a single. Yeah, and then they might. So what the man in the chat is saying is that this is when they need the 12th man. He's no use on the bench. He is a big out. Mark Baccarese not playing in this match. He is 12th man, and he's been in form, and that's really definitely just glanced away. And once again, some good tidy work out there. That's Stephen Gilbert fielding at third man. So big hello to Gamer for Life in the chat. Do I remember you from yesterday? Oh, I will never forget you, Gamer for Life. Welcome back to the ECN action here in Gibraltar. I haven't had a chance to check the score of what's going on in there in Malaga, as that one is played all over by Freoni, and Hatchman picks up another dot. But I'm expecting the big exodus from the Malaga chat group over to here. And yeah, we had Tunbridge Wells chasing down the 62 put on by the Austrian Cricket Tigers with ease. They did it in 3.4 overs, losing no wickets. That is a serious statement to the competition over there in Malaga, as that one just jumps up on Freoni and he gets on the back foot, plays it off the shoulder of the bat for another one. So Tunbridge Wells really staking their claim as the rightful favourites. The second over here has come to a close. It's the Sloggers at 11 for 1, chasing 123. And we can have a look there at the table. And these two really fighting it out. So if the Pirates can win this, then the next game is absolutely live, folks. It's going to all come down to that. Who plays Bavaria in that 3rd versus 4th playoff happening tomorrow, our final day here in Gibraltar. It's a bit sad, but fortunately there's someone who's going to make it all the more happier. It's Vinny Sando, who's going to be coming back tomorrow for the final match, so that will be he just loves the Gibraltarian cricket so much. Anyway, here's Panchal, and it's short, outside off, a good ball in the end. He can generate some pace. Freoni just unable to get on top of it. So great over there by Hatchman. He went for 4 and he picked up a wicket, and one of the runs was a leg by as well. So that is really key. And I see they've held Louis Bruce back as well for the end of the innings. Interesting call. Punchal, this one's lifted up and making the most of the power play. It's going up in the air, might be caught. Oh, but unfortunately that was Asif Tarar running with the flight of it, really high ball, just couldn't get in a good position to take the catch at all. And as it is, it slipped through his fingers, his very sore fingers now, and found the grass. So one more run to the total. Yeah, that's just no position to be taking a catch like that. Hard to judge in these conditions. There is that strong, gusty wind coming from the left to the right of screen. And if you hit it high, the ball is moving around corners. Oh, talk about corners. That's been, well, dropped. Hard, sharp chance. But that one has hit the corner of his hand and come right out. So a chance for Freoni, who moves to the other end now. He's on 5. Zamet, he's just on 2, but we know that he can play his shots. And this one is going to be a wide. So Punchal just trying to force him into skying one on the offside, which is an interesting tactic. The third man is back. There's a backward square point who's in. There's also a kind of like more a traditional point as well. The backward point is more 45 degrees on the offside, and then there's an extra cover and a mid-off. So all the protection outside on the leg side as that's lifted over the bowler's head. And that's one of the two fielders fielding outside the ring in the form of Louis Bruce down there at long on. So they are really cramping them here, and this is fantastic work by the Pirates. Only 16 runs. The power play is nearly over, and you'd feel the Sloggers, they're going to find it hard graft after this. Well, he tries to break the shackles now, and he's found it with ease over the midfield, rolling to the rope for 4 more runs. So that is not the end of the over. We had the wide, didn't we? So Punchal will have one more go at this. So yeah, really interesting, just mixing up their bowling, having Punchal come in to do the third. I wouldn't be surprised to see him also held back for the end, and then the middle overs just try to get them through without too much damage. Well, he's found all of that. That has gone flat and hard and far and fast over the outstretched leaping hand of Louis Bruce. And that is a big, big 6. So Freoni showing what he's got, and that's the end of the third over. Let's have a look at the power play. As I've just had a big gust of wind knock over my cup of coffee all over me. And it's all happening here, folks. So the power play there, you can see that third over, they really started to let fly with some big hitting by Freoni, but otherwise fairly contained. Only 26 off the power play. So you'll all be happy to know that I had no damage done to the technical equipment with that cup of coffee. Only fell all over my pants. No matter though, we are committed. Here is Richard Hatchman coming to finish his spell. And that's been pulled away rather deftly and beautifully. Just swiveled around on it, didn't try to hit it too hard. Found the middle of the bat, found the rope for 4 more runs. So that's just had to go and find the ball there. We haven't lost any balls at this stadium. It's rather unique for ACN cricket. But as it is, we've got these big nets around on the Mediterranean side, the left of screen, and then this big stadium. That one's been driven back, and he's taken it. Richard Hatchman's taken a great return catch. That was a fuller ball that was just spanked back at him, and Zamet has to go for 7 because Ricky Hatchman has held on for 1 for a big wicket. The score is 30 for 2. Great catching there by Richard Hatchman. He came off the middle of the bat and he just got down low, held a really good base, and was able to get his hands firmly around the ball to pick up that wicket, his second for today, excuse me. So he's got 2 wickets now for 8 runs. And that means that it is going to be Lee Graham coming out to the middle, and so that's 2 of the 3 that they needed to get through, and they've done it, in my opinion. I just thought if they could get rid of Stagno and they could get rid of Zamet and Fraioni, then the job is more than halfway done. But they've still got Fraioni out there, the sloggers, and he's been joined now by this man who reads the length. Lee Graham just tries to paddle around the corner, but he doesn't get anything onto it, much to the bemusement of Kira Ferrari, the wicketkeeper behind the stumps there. So glad I've averted complete disaster with Coffee disaster there, as that shorter ball again just cannot, beats him with the pace, can't get a hold of it. It can tell you a lot about what the wind is doing here at the moment. That was a full cup of coffee sitting just to my right, and absolutely got lifted up, so it can certainly make a difference. We've already seen the ball moving in from left to right a bit more than usual on that occasion. It would have been a wide, but Lee Graham manages to get a piece of it. He's not going to find the rope though. It's some pretty funky foot fielding by Mark Garrett, manages to backheel it in, and he's helped out there by Advani, Nikhil Advani. So 1 ball left in this over now. Rick Hatchman at 2 for 10, or 2 for 11 it will be, of his spell so far. Well, Graham, he gets a piece of that one. Finally manages to connect. Oh, and I'm all cut up, so it's going to be 2 for 14 with 1 ball left of Hatchman, and that was a stroke that he's been attempting since he got out there. It doesn't look that convincing, but he knows there's a big gap. It's a scoring zone we're seeing more and more frequently in T10 cricket. Players innovatively finding ways to move their body around and find the rope behind the keeper. So thank you very much, Kitty Hunley. The coffee was actually pretty lukewarm, as that one's been gone even further this time, over the rope, over the leaping, outstretched hands. Out there in the deep, and he finds 6 more runs with a big shot over the rope. Nadeem Hussain just unable to quite jump 3 meters in the air to get a hold of that. So you can join us in the chat. European Cricket Network, all the usual suspects are in there. Thank you very much for your concern. RE, my big coffee disaster, a coffee catastrophe it was, but for the fact it wasn't scalding hot, so I am all in good shape. Thank you very much. My coffee, however, is gone, so if any of the ECN crew are listening to this, I would appreciate another one. So now we are going to have, just having a look here who we've got. And it's going to be Mark Garrett. So Mark Garrett coming into the attack. And this is crucial now. They have upped the ante, the sloggers, in the last over and a bit. So he just doesn't want to be conceding any boundaries. And he won't concede one there because there's some pretty good work by Rick Hatchman preventing it going over the rope. And a big hello to Talbi Habente Aliza in the chat. Hello to you. Thanks for coming in and saying g'day. We do love on ECN. Well, it's not only about all the cricket around Europe, it's about all the cricket fans around the world. Here's Garrett. And Lee Graham, he likes that zone, and he will just keep going and going and going. From the very first ball, Lee Graham has decided that is his money shot, and it took him a while to connect, but as soon as he did, he's now hit 3 of them in a row, 2 of them 6s. So that's one way to keep them in this, the sloggers, and that's by actually living by their name and slogging the ball whenever they can, which is what Graham has been doing. So you can see at this stage they're well ahead of the rate. The Pirates were 43 for 1. So that's been some really good work by the Sloggers in the last couple of overs. It's on the stump this time. He's going to ask a question. It's a good shout. Hit him on the knee. He was in that position, so his back leg was actually adjacent with the stumps. It's just whether it hit him in line or possibly going over the stumps. Let's have a look at this. And it's a good shout. I just felt that it was missing, so he survives. Lee Graham survives to live another day and to probably play that shot again. So he can't play it on that occasion as Garrett sticks one out wide and says put that one over backward square leg, and Graham can't, but unfortunately for Garrett it's been called a wide, so you have to try that again. It's a good tactic though. If you know what another good tactic here would be is a full Yorker on the stumps. That's what he goes for, going down leg. So I think that's a good approach by Garrett. Just try to wrap him on the pads. The LBW shout was very close, but just creating enough doubt in the umpire's mind to give Lee Graham a reprieve. He comes down this time and he flat backs it over to long on for just one more run. So thank you very much. Gamer for life in the chat. Good commentary. You obviously think that because you said it twice, and so I'm going to take that as twice the praise from what could have been given over in just one message. Very good to have you here as well, MD Yusuf Singer. Good batting, he says. Well, Graham, he's certainly innovative, and Fraioni, we don't often see this where he's been overtaken. He's the real power hitter in the slogging unit. That's a slow ball, good slow ball. He thinks he's found the edge. Asks the question, well, Ferrari, he was revving the engine, saying, I've heard something there. Just no foot movement to speak of, and the bat just waved outside the off stump line, but no doing. The score remains on 52 for 2 after 5, so they're not quite on the rate. And that was a good responsive over. So even though Garrett went for 6, he only had 2 other singles and a wide off that with 2 dot balls. So all in all, a pretty good effort. Only 9 coming off it, and that's all they need to do. The Pirates just keep it under 10, and they will win this match. In so doing, if they can, then that means the next match is certainly on for young and old. It is going to be alive. If the Pirates can win here, then they certainly give themselves a chance to play Bavaria for that 3rd place playoff tomorrow. Here's Asif Tara now, and that one coming back into Graham, who's just playing that pull shot of his, manages to go with the spin, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Ricky Hatchman gathers and gives the ball a bit of a shine. So not a bad start from Terrar, and they're just getting some clarification what is going on here. They've got long on, long off, cow corner, deep mid-wicket, backward square legs come in now, and they've got a deep point. So with that spin, I'd be thinking about bringing that point in and maybe pushing that man on the leg side at 45 degrees behind the batter out to the rope, but there's a reason I'm in the commentary box and not out there on the ground. Let's see how he goes. He's moving it a bit to right. He landed that one and it really kicked from the left to right. So just making sure everything is up and in running order. Let's play some more cricket. He comes down the pitch and he's displayed that up in the air, and none of the fielders want it. Oh, well, Kieran Ferrari, he looked like he was going for it, but then he thought he'd leave it to that man who I just said should be pushed back to the rope, but as it was, he was in a good spot to run in and take it, but just left it to each other, so Graham survives.
That's where we are, boys.
And he's going for that shot again. Well, they've pushed that man back now, and just as Graham comes onto strike, it seems that's the idea, and now with Freoni bringing him in and sending that point fielder out to the fence. So I think this might be a free hit. No, we had the free hit already, so that was the second delivery, and that's been hit all the way. Well, that might be coming towards me. That has gone a long way. One bounce, well, not even a bounce, it's gone about 20 meters over the rope. One bounce cluttered into the grandstand. 6 more runs. So that's the boundary that they need. It's not quite going to be enough though. So this over has gone for 10 already. But it's basically the no ball yielded 2. That's a good response by Terrar. Just paid due respect by Freoni, Julian Freoni. And this one he's lifted up and over the head of the extra cover. It's going to the rope as well. They're not going to make it. Ball trickles into the rope for 4 more runs. And that's making this a much better over for the Sloggers. 14 runs coming off it, and that's exactly what they need to do just to keep themselves in the hunt here. 57 needed off 25, so they need certainly 14 runs and over will do it. So Terrar in now, and seems like Freoni didn't really know what to do with that, so Terrar finishes going for 14 off his first over, and up to 6. The Sloggers are 66 for the loss of 2. So I just want to send a big thanks out to all the participants here in Gibraltarian cricket as we have a look at the batting score, the bowling scorecard. Hatchman at the pick of the bowlers at the moment, 2 for 20 off his 2, but also Louis Bruce was very economical with his 1. He'll get another chance. As Garrett comes back into the attack now. This one, well, that's Lee Graham's hitting area as he's shown, but they've got ample protection out there in the form of course, that was
Make sure we're in, boys.
Nadeem Hussain, excuse me.
Come boys, come on, okay. Very quiet out here, Pirates, come on, boys.
So as soon as Freoni comes on, that backwards square leg comes in and point goes out. And that's where he's hit it to, as he has a job to do in front of him. Does it very well. Richard Cunningham, well, he is a stalwart of Gibraltarian cricket. He was the first person that we met when we came in here. He welcomed us with open arms and said, "This is our ground. What do you think?" And we said, "We like it very much, Rich." Liked it as much as his fielding out there in the deep. Expect to see him bowling over or 2 normally. Well, Graham's gone for it again, but it's just come off the glove, lofted up, and been taken rather stylistically by Kieran Ferrari. So Garrett being pretty economical here so far in this over. It's Graham on strike. He's on 22. He's taxed the stumps. They're asking the question, and this time it's all over. Will he miss out in the last over? Had a pretty good shout, but on that occasion the exact same ball, exact same shot, but a different result as the umpire adjudicated that that ball was going on to clatter into the stumps. And so Lee Graham goes for 22, and that is Yeah, I would say that's pretty plumb. I thought the other one was pretty plumb as well, but as it is, that is a well judged call by the umpire. Graham having to go back to the shed, and another wicket falls. So the score is 68-for-3 now. And that could certainly have an impact should have an impact in this attempt by the Sloggers to chase down this score of 123. It's always these middle overs. If the bowling side could just have one containing over or take a wicket, or even better, take a wicket and a containing over, which this over from Garrett is turning into. 2 balls left in it, and that can really decide the game in T10. Yeah, big thanks to all the Gibraltarian cricketers, and also of course the Blue Army, the ECN crew, come front up every day and put on a spectacle, as well as the team, Daniels and his team for Spring Productions there in the van. I just want to assure you that although the coffee went all over me, it stayed away from all the technical equipment. As a fuller ball bowls him, will Mark Garrett take a bow? You're on a hat-trick, and you've got 2 wickets for 11 with a beautiful fuller ball, basically a Yorker. He just kind of got low, and on that occasion the batter unable to get down to it in time. And that is the end of Luke Collado, the wicketkeeper for the Sloggers. He comes and he goes, and with 1 ball left, Mark Garrett is on a hat-trick. Could we see the first hat-trick in ECN night cricket, and the first hat-trick in Gibraltar, certainly for the last 5 years, because there hasn't been any cricket here for 5 years until we turned up and these guys turned up and we put on this tournament. So it's a bit of a shame for Collado. He just usually shows pretty good form, but that ball gets a really good one straight up, and that means Matty Hunter is coming to the crease. And he's going to have to just pass it over to Fraioni. He's the man for mine. So if I was Garrett, I would try to do exactly the same thing. Here he is, hat-trick ball coming up. He puts the wide outside off. It's been hit up, but the fielder back at point. You can hear the oohs and the ahs from the crowd as they realize there was possibly a chance for the hat-trick to be taken. Would have taken a spectacular catch at backward point. As it was just a little bit too fine, and it finds the rope, in fact, and goes for 4 more runs. So good way for the Sloggers to finish, but Mark Garrett, he finishes with the figures of 2 for 15, and after 7 overs, the Sloggers, chasing 123, are on 72 for the loss of 4. And now we get to have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the next match, match 20 between these two. If the Pirates can pull this off, that game will have everything on the line in terms of who will play Bavaria in the 3rd place playoff tomorrow. So it's not all over yet, but certainly the Pirates are in the wheelhouse. They are driving the ship. We can have a look at the bat versus ball wall. Here's Rich Cunningham now, puts one on line. It's a full of ball. It's driven down too long off. And Fraioni, he gets 1 more run, but they're going to need more than that. So Matty Hunter, well, he played the first ball, cut it away, backward a point for 4. So he's got the responsibility now and really cannot afford to hang around. Well, that one, he just waits on it and looks for that gap again, but this time not with as much force, so he only gets 1 more run. Cunningham in now, and he's chasing line. He's almost trying to follow the batter and just not give them any room at all. And as it is, Fraioni just picks up 1 more, and this is good work from Dick Cunningham. Another good line again, and this time Hunter plays all over it, goes through his legs, beats the keeper, runs down towards the boundary, but there's Gilbert. Steve Gilbert, he's been sensational. Sensational in that fielding position today. Generally a kind of short third man. He's been roaming around, saving everything coming his way. So 3 balls left in this over. And that loopy, pretty languid style. Really difficult for the batters to generate any pace with the ball coming in that way. Kind of got to create the power, and we see there trying to hit the skin off it. And you really got to time it well against the slower ball if you are going to find the rope, and on that occasion it just finds the fielder at mid-on, and that's the end of Cunningham's first over. Great over, goes for 5, and after 8 the score is 79 for 4. I just want to give a big thanks as well to Maxi Hook, who's come over and noticed my desperate pleas for something to wipe up all this coffee everywhere. He's going to sort me out. So that is Maxi Hook, of course, our operations manager. Here is Tara now to bowl out. And that one wide, but it's been chased after, picked up. It's not going all the way because it's been really nicely taken by Ravi Panchal on the rope. Well, he approached it so calmly and coolly. It was carrying that wind. Really picks the ball up, but when he took it, the momentum, it could have taken him across the rope, but he had the wits about him just to hold himself back a little bit and let his upper body be taken over while he got down really low, and with mere centimetres to spare, keeps his foot inside the boundary and takes a good catch that dismisses Julian Fraioni. And that is the third of the big 3 for the Sloggers, who has to go back to the shed with his team. Well, this target, it's out on the pirate ship, sailing towards the horizon, out of distance. It might be a Fata Morgana for the Sloggers, even if they can have a good over here. I dare say it's going to be just a mirage. So here we go. We're finally getting I say finally, very fortunately getting this coffee cleared up so it's not dripping all over me, which has not been the most exciting part of this match, but certainly for me it was a moment of desperation. So here comes Tara now, and unable to get that one away is Charles Harrison, the skipper. Well, he's done a great job, Maxi Hook here. He's cleared up my table. He's completely ruined my team sheet, but that's all right because we've got a measure on the players now. As that one is a dot ball. So good from Tara in the 9th over, a wicket. Although he bowled that wide, he's followed it up with some good tighter bowling, more in at the line of the body of the batsman. So I feel like a new man now. I've got a nice clean table as Charles Harrison tries to chop that one away, but just chops it into the wicket for no run. So a devastating over for the Sloggers. And this one has been lifted up, and it's not going to be caught. It's going to fall in between the 2 fielders, Hatchman and Bruce, coming in to exchange recipes there as they gather that ball and keep it to just the 1. Yeah, Kitty Hunley, this is exciting with this, what I think is going to be a sure win. It's going to take something magical at this stage. 42 runs needed off 10 deliveries. It's basically done and dusted. But with the Pirates winning here, this next match is going to be super exciting, folks. Make sure you tune in for all that action as Harrison once again unable to get one away with any real conviction. So just the 1 more to the total. A great 9th over being bowled by Asif Tara here. So how will this one finish up. Terrar comes in. He uses that spin of his and just played with the spin. Down for only as much as a single. That's the end of the over. Terrar finishes with figures of 1 for 19 and 9 overs in. The Sloggers, they're 84 for 5, chasing 123. Is going to be, well, it's basically impossible. They're going to rely on Louis Bruce bowling no balls and wides and hitting a 6 off every ball. So he doesn't have to worry too much, the youngster. Young 16-year-old, one of 2 16-year-olds we've got playing in this tournament. Even up here in the stadium, so to the right of screen, there's a big stadium, and we're sitting up in the upper reaches of it. And even here, I can feel the sea mist being blown off the Mediterranean coming in. So I'm sure for the players out there, they can feel it. Bruce gets one angling into the left-hander and knocks him on the pads. Charles Harrison being the other of the 2 left-handers that we've seen, along with Nadeem Hussain. As a left-hander myself, I wouldn't mind playing here because I reckon if you get a hold of one, you could even hit it into the Mediterranean, which is one that you'd want to put on your list of life accomplishments. Anyway, it's going to be Matty Hunter on strike. Louis Bruce to come in and finish his good work. Just that one tailing in with the wind. It's got the inside edge. It's knocked onto the subs. Matty Hunter goes. Bruce picks up a wicket. It is Pirate Day. Well, they say in Spanish, La vida pirata es la vida mejor. The life of the pirate is the best life of all. And that is certainly the case for these Pirates at the moment. Because they have run through this Sloggers outfit, putting on a good total, and they're really cramping them up from the beginning. And great for Louis Bruce just to get a wicket in the final over as well. That would take his bowling in this tournament. Just going to have a quick look. I think he's got about 3 wickets. So he has... He's got, that's his 4th wicket now in this tournament, so that's a good return. Also bowls are really tight. And just generally hard to get away. So a good outing by the youngster. Here's Barbara, who just lets that one go. And he's called a wide by the umpire. Just try and get that one back from over the bowler's arm. There we are. So just as I say that Louis Bruce bowls tight, he gives away a wide. Well, this one again, just that wind bringing it back in, and Barbara just not quite able to get his foot to the pitch of it and punch through the line of the ball. Another good one, and this is certainly the treasure trove for the Pirates. They are going to pick up a big win here with a fairly good contribution around the park. It was the top order for them who did the work, but it's been a good effort in the field by the whole team. Bruce almost getting that one wide, but just relying on that wind to keep it within the terms of limitation. So that will keep things really interesting as we see the artificial light starting to take hold now. The sun has made its descent, and so too have the chances of the Sloggers from shoring up their place in the top 4 of the rankings. They're going to need to fight it out, and they'll be fighting against Pirates, who have just picked up a win of 37 runs. They've beaten the Sloggers by with a pretty dominant performance that they can all hang their hats on indeed. So that keeps things very interesting for tonight as we have a look at some of the replays and the highlights of that innings. Well, for me, it was always the big 3 at the top of the order. Stagno, he got going straight away, And you feel if he could just build an innings based on those type of shots, then they would chase this down. But unfortunately, Richard Hatchman got one through the gate, off the toe, into the stumps, and sent him packing. The big man, he had to go for one. And then it was Kieran Ferrari and Zamet. They were the other two of the big three. And Zamet, he was looking pretty good. He would end up, well, he hit 1-4, but then he went big, managed to hit a big 6 as well. And so too did Kieran Ferrari, Julian Ferrari, excuse me. So Zamet, unfortunately, after hitting that 4, he managed to hole out to Richard Hatchman with a nice return catch that was well taken down low by the big fast bowler, who despite doing a little shimmy wasn't knocked over or struggled with it too much. And then Lee Graham came on and he was playing this shot from the get-go. It took him a while to really pick them up, but once he did, he managed to hit some big 6s and would end up making 22 of 13 balls. It's a nice return for him at the top of the order, but unfortunately there just wasn't enough support. Despite best efforts, Freoni, he can find the rope on more than one occasion, and he did here as well, making his kind of muscling his way to 31 off 20 with some nice shots all around the field as well. But they were out there for quite a while, those two, and eventually Lee Graham, it was his second chance at one of those, but on that occasion Mark Garrett managing to appeal to the umpire's sense of outness, and the umpire gave it, and then Garrett followed it up with that one straight away, a fuller ball that just Luke Collado unable to get down on, and it got through the gate, knocked over his castle. So really good bowling by Garrett as well. And on his hat-trick ball, well, Matty Hunter came out, he wasn't fazed by it, managed to slice it away, beating the outstretched arm of the fielder and finding the fence. And then Freoni went whack, but Panchal, he found that he's got Zen-like balance and was able to take the catch without tumbling over the fence and giving away runs. So a good all-in-all result. And Louis Bruce came in. Matty Hunter, he fought it out for a while. He managed to put together 7 runs off 6 deliveries before being bowled by the young speedster bowling gas at the end of the innings. So that was a good win by the Pirates. La Vida Pirata es la vida mejor. And here we are coming into the final match of tonight's play. Night 10 we are. And so this is what it will all come down to. We'll have a look at the batting scorecard now in a brief moment. You can see there the lovely floodlights are beaming down upon us here. The sun has gone down behind. The breeze is still up, and it's coming in fits and bursts. And it's taught us a few things, namely to put a lid on the cup of coffee. And I'm hoping that the batting scorecard will come up in a moment. But I think that was a really promising display by the Pirates, and something that we've seen in this whole tournament. There hasn't... Look, Tarek have obviously been a very good side. They've only lost 2 games. The Kalpe Giants have only lost 3. But all in all, it's been good to see that on their day, any team can take out any team. So it looks like that's it for us for the moment. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes' time for the resumption of tonight's play with the next match. It's all up for grabs. If they want that 3rd position, these teams need to win. And we'll be back with all that action and more here at the Europa Sports Complex for FanCode T10 Series Gibraltar. Well, just as I say that, there is our batting scorecard. So you can have a nice look at it. Julian Freoni and Lee Graham, the two that really made the push, but none of the other batters able to get out of single digits. And if we have a look at the bowling scorecard, then we'll see that it was some pretty tight work by everyone involved. I've got to say, Louis Bruce at the very start, he only went for 7. His first over. Hatchman, he took 2 wickets, including that great, superb return catch. And Mark Garrett, of course, he bowled really well, only going for 7.5 runs and over, with 1 really great over there in the kind of late middle stages of the innings by Richard Cunningham, who managed to only go for 5. And that is as good as a wicket, in my opinion, in T10 cricket. So there we have it, folks. We have a look at the comparative urban development charts, And whereas the Pirates were able to really put something on those overs 5, 6, 7, and 8, the Sloggers, they were really curtailed, especially with those 2 quick wickets by Garrett. So let's see what happens when these two come up against each other next. That is all here on the European Cricket Network for FanCode in India, and of course on YouTube. And a big thanks, of course, to all our official sponsors as well, FanCode, Bizaway, Kookaburra, and the rest. I can't wait to bring you all this action from the Europa Sport Complex after this short break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes. See you then, and until then, ciao for now. Hello and welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here on the second most southerly tip of the European continent in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani. We're at the Europa Sports Complex and we have just seen the Pirates stealing the treasure from the Sloggers and keeping themselves in the hunt to be able to make it into fourth position of this series. And if they do that, then that will mean the Sloggers are out of it and the Pirates can take on Bavaria. As it is so, everything starts again with this match, and the Sloggers, they have a good big in with Mark Baccarese coming back into the 11. He was 12th man in the last match, and I feel that they really missed his powerful hitting. So it'll be interesting to see how that all goes. The Pirates, they're coming into bat, and it is going to be Nadeem Hussain and, by the looks of it, yeah, Kieran Ferrari. They'll be opening. So they have sorted out their batting lineup a little bit. Louis Bruce was opening for most of this tournament, but they just seem to have pushed him down the order, and I think that's really good for the young man. Just lets him sort of take a bit of pressure off his shoulders there. And Nadeem Hussain, he's proved really good with the bat so far in the matches that he's played in. A big hello to everybody in the chat. Sam Nick, good to see that you are in there after a big day of cricket over in Malaga. The man is also in there. He went on Amazon and reckons he can get me a sippy cup if I need it for my coffee. Well, I certainly do, although my coffee is now all over my pants. That's alright. Got this big wind blowing through and everything seems to have dried up. And Kitty Hunley as well in the chat, along with Tafsir Hussain and Mujwal Khan. Jewel Khan. So a big hello to everybody there. That's very kind of you, the man, offering the sippy cup. Here's Matty Hunter. He's going to bowl the first ball. Let's play some cricket. Oh, look at that tail coming in with that wind blowing from left to right. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen, but there is this crazy sea mist. He's just flying throughout the ground. As I look at it with my bare eyes, you can really see it passing through the illumination being cast out by these lights. So Matty Hunter getting off with a pretty good start. One off the first ball. Let's see how he goes now. And this one taken off the pads. It's a nice shot, but they've got a short square leg in position in the form of Kyron Stagno, and he just manages to prevent that going past him. Savrav Ahmed in the chat. Who will win the match? Well, that is for fortune to decide. Let's see how it goes as Hunter puts that one short and wide outside off, and it's just slapped away by the automobile Ferrari. So he gets one more. Well, the Sloggers, they won the toss and they decided to field, but I think that was before they failed to chase down that total by the Pirates in the last match. This one will basically turns around corners. Matty Hunter can't believe that he hasn't found a little bit of the woodwork there. As Nadeem Hussain, he opened up his front foot. It was probably the right shot for the line the ball was going, but it just swung late away from the left-hander. Back to live action now, and this time he's connected, and he's gotten a big piece of it, but it's not going to find the rope. Some pretty handy work there. That was Christian Barbara, I believe, out there in the deep. Fielding it quite wide-ish mid-off. So once again, he's just getting that lovely shape into the right-hander. Matty Hunter bowling a sensational first over. Only goes for 3. And that's the score of the Pirates after 3 for none. Yeah, and the man in the chat, he thinks he would love to see a side-by-side graphic of runs per innings of the first and second game for the Pirates. see how they compare. They're certainly off to a slower start here, as that one only goes for the 3, and it looks like Zamet. So I expect that we'll see Hunter Zamet, just as what we saw in the last match. But it was in the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th overs that the Pirates did their damage. So it depends who bowls those, as that one's lifted up through cover and collected by Stagno on the bounce. And there is a bit of extra feeling in this as well. We've been playing this competition in such great spirit. All the teams really, they all know each other and they all get along. But as the tournament's gone on, this short one outside off, and that moves away. And the umpire wants to call a wide, but he had a bit of a think about it and decided that actually that was within the terms of limitation. And certainly the Sloggers probably looking for revenge after that previous display, but they're going to have to get through this man, Kyron Ferrari, as he lifts that one up. One bounce over the rope, 4 big runs. So that is exactly what they want to be doing. They don't want to rest on their laurels. But like I said, it was really a case of just puttering along in the last match for the first 4 overs. They were going at about 10 and over, and then in the middle overs they really lifted up the rate, and that is what brought them to such an imposing total. Ferrari, he's on 5 now. Zamet comes in, 3 balls left, and this one, it's on the money, but it's been picked right up. 1 bounce, a mere centimetres from being a 6, but as it is 4 more bickies. So that is right in the hitting zone. Just opened up that front foot. Barely had to move beyond that, and using that big upper body strength of his just to hit through the line. And this is the damage that Kieran Ferrari can do to a team. And if Hussein gets going as well, it's probably looking for much a similar target as what we saw in the previous match. Just waits on that one and rocks back on the back foot, finds the gap between square leg and the sweeper on the leg side, and he finds the rope for 4 more runs. So a pretty damaging over here from Zamet, who's been really tight with the ball, but it goes for 3 runs, 3 boundaries in a row. So last ball, this one gets past here. He's found an edge, and umpire doesn't have to give up finger because Ferrari, he has pulled out of the garage and started walking back to the shed. So a big wicket to fall, and that is the kind of thing that Zamet can do. Zamet doing Zamet things, picks up a wicket in his first over. Even though he's gone for 13, it's a big breakthrough for the Sloggers. And one of the keystones of the Pirates batting lineup has to go back, and he will be replaced now by Ravi Panchal. So they're keeping the same batting lineup as what they had in the last match so far. Panchal came in at 3, and it's much the same now. Ferrari comes out, he puts together a bunch of boundaries and then it goes, and now these two, they can build a similar sort of partnership as previously. They will be in pretty good shape. So Matty Hunter coming back on, so we will see that, I expect. Hunter Zamet. And this time he just forgets that he's bowling to a left-hander. It would have been a good ball to a right-hander, but as it is a wide. Yeah, I'd love to see that side-by-side graphic as well. I'm not sure if we can muster that up. But certainly, that one has been lifted up by Hussein, and backward of square, finds the rope, finds 4 runs, and he's getting going now. Yeah, so far this is almost a carbon copy of the first match. bar probably that first over of Matty Hunter on this occasion, which only went for 3. Let's see what he's got now. Nadeem Hussain, he loves to hit it to the leg side. He dances down the pitch there. Hunter just pushes that one wide of off stump, makes him chase it, and lucky not to get an edge. A dot ball. And he's got an inside edge onto that, and it's missed the stumps and run and tailed and skipped and bobbed and dipped and rolled over the rope for 4 more runs off the bat too. It's a good ball by Hunter. That's unfortunate not to have that playing on. You can see the banners there. Of course, that big Sloggers banner that's hanging up behind the bowler's arm. Matty Hunter gets it right again, but just that seam going too far. Yeah, that big Sloggers banner that you see, that's actually in commemoration, in memoriam, I should say, for George Shaka Coolage, the much-loved vice-captain of the Sloggers, who unfortunately lost his life yesterday. Last year, which was not yesterday, but many thoughts go out to his friends and family, and of course the Sloggers team. Much loved member of their unit. 1 more run to the total now. So they've pushed it up after that first tight over. Going at just under 10 runs and over now. This one he goes fishing. Punchal put his gumboots on, walked out to the river and cast a line for that ball, but as it was, the fish just went sailing past. And unfortunately for him, he survives. This time he just waits on it a bit more, just waits for that late swing and plays it to cover for a single. So 15 of Matty Hunter's 2 overs, none 15, and after 3 the Pirates are 28 for the loss of 1. So really interesting to see how they go about this now. We know Punchal, he often takes a ball or two just to have a sider, but if he can get a short one on the leg side, that is some of his most powerful hitting area. As we have a look at that urban development chart, well, that first over was an absolute beauty from Hunter. But since then, things have gotten a little bit loose, and he's bowled out now. And no big surprise, we'll see Zamet coming in to finish his spell. And there it is, short wide outside the leg side, and Punchal, he gobbles that up for dinner. And he picks himself up 4 more runs. It's a pretty good attempt out there in the deep just to stop it. I'm pretty sure we'll have a look. There's that one. Certainly found the rope. Just all confirmation being conducted there. Umpires have done such a great job in this tournament. We want to give our thanks to them as well. They have been at a very high standard, and we appreciate their attentiveness and work at all times. As Zamet comes in, that one punched off the back foot. Punchal, beautiful shot, square of the wicket, just behind point, and running all the way to the fence for another 4. So it is raining boundaries at the moment. 3 in the last over, 3 in this one, and that is, well, excuse me, 2 in the last one and 2 in this one. We've had 3 that came off that Brian Zamet over. That's a fuller ball. Might just have a look at that side on. The umpire's called no ball. I'd like to see that from the side on camera if we can. So now, yeah, good shout by the umpire. Just above the waist, so a free hit. So a slow ball and forces Punchal to to create pace off it, which was a smart bit of bowling actually, and that's something the T10 bowlers can think about when you've got to bowl a free hit delivery. It's quite a wily thing to do, just to take pace right off it and force the batter into producing power for the stroke. As it is, Punchal could only get a single to mid-wicket, which brings Hussain back onto strike. Good line of length, but it's got a big top edge. It's flown away, and one bounce with the spin over the rope for 4 more. Sam Nick saying, make sure we get that camera to Germany. You'll make it look good. Are you talking about the camera, or are you talking about your own batting there, Nick, Sam? Either way, I'm interested. Let's see what you've got. And don't forget, you can join in the chat. We'll have a little graphic come up for that in a moment. European Cricket Network, we have grown in leaps and bounds. 266,000 subscribers we've got there. Here's Zamet, and he finds the stumps. That was a good ball. That was exactly what I had to do. Knowing that Nadeem, he likes to play on the leg side. Anything slightly on his pads, he will try and whip it away. And that time, just using that breeze, it's bringing the ball back away from him late, and just finds the gate, finds the stumps, sends the bails flying, and sends the batter back to the shed. Nadeem Hussain is out, and that's an important breakthrough here for the Sloggers, who you feel were starting to get onto the back foot a little bit. And out comes Louis Bruce. So when he came out in the last match, it was far later into the innings, and so this is a different role that he has to play now. And he goes searching for one. A good ball by Zamet, just enticing the drive, and unlucky not to find the edge. He finished his spell with 2 for 25. That is some top class bowling, and after 4 overs, the Pirates are 40 for the loss of 2. There you can see the bat versus ball wall generated by Crickbot, ECN's supercomputer, which has predicted the Sloggers making 107 and the Pirates 96. That's some really good work by Zamet. He's just proved such a handy addition to this team. It is going to be now Mark Bakarese back into the team. He will have an important role with the bat, with the Sloggers, but for now he's got the ball. Takes a very casual approach to the crease. He loves his cricket as well. Bakarese, another one of those Gibraltarians, 20% of them with a very Italian name. It's such a great exemplar of the European community and cricket in Gibraltar. There's such a big mix, people from everywhere. There's people from England, of course, and Italy and Africa, and Bakarese pushes one across the cross-batted swiper by Punchal for no run. Yeah, it's one of those places that you realise how important it must be geographically. This one wide of the mark, but Punchal goes reaching for it and slaps it down to long off, excuse me, and picks up another run. Yeah, we live in modern times, and so things have changed a lot, but for hundreds of years, you know, shipping was one of the most important facets of human society, and Gibraltar sits right at the crossroads. As this one, it's just played away to mid-wicket by Bruce for another single. So the question here for these two is who is going to find the rope, because they will certainly need to if they are to continue on their merry way towards that triple-digit mark. The man thinking Bakarese will be the difference in this, and well, he's almost the difference there as he gets one past Punchal and unlucky not to take the bail of off stump. Yeah, I thought he was a big out in the last match, Bakarese, and not just with the ball but with the bat. He's been in good form. And that one's short and splayed away. Won't find the rope though, as that long off is fairly wide, fairly square. Yeah, it's amazing, Gibraltar. It's connected to Europe through the Spanish mainland. It's on the sea, so connected to everywhere else in the world by ship, and it looks at Morocco. So it's a really big melting pot, and you see that in the cricket and the makeup, the demographic makeup of the cricket teams that we have been watching for the past week and a half. As another single comes off that, so good over from Buccaneers, 4 off it, and halfway through their innings, the Pirates, they've been set adrift a little bit in their pirate ship. 44 for 2 after 5, and just have a look at the batting that they've got there. So I would say it'll probably happen in that order. Ataloya will probably come in next, but they would really want these two to see out the next at least 3 overs. I think that should be the aim for Bruce. Be in there for the next 3 overs. It's Richard Cunningham coming into the attack now. He bowled really well in the last match. Only 1 over, but only 5 went from it. Goes chasing the stumps this time, and it just drifts wide and called as such by the umpire. It's a lovely gesture, this umpire. Calling it wide, giving it the old butterfly wings. And we all know what happens when a butterfly flaps its wings. Tornadoes can ensue. And we're almost in a tornado at the moment. This wind is gusting. And what's also gusting is that flailing bat of Louis Bruce, who has just punched a beautiful drive down the ground all the way to the rope for 4 more runs. Just waited on that, which is the absolutely the trick, batting on these decks, just waiting on the ball, not searching for it too much, and just came flailing through with gusto. He goes looking for one this time, and lucky that the keeper wasn't standing up. I'd say Cojado will go up to the stumps. Oh, it looks like he's staying back. Cunningham doesn't generate that much pace, but certainly Bruce would have been caught wanting on that occasion. So this one veering down leg side, and there are the butterfly wings. I like them very much. So another good over by, well, it's GTB, excuse me, not Cunningham, of course. Gary Turnabone. This one short and pulled up. It's catching chance, and the keeper right under it. Luke Cojado, he does not make a mistake. He does not err in his ways, as Gary Turnabone, GTB, picks up his first wicket, and Louis Bruce is out of here. So the score remains 50 for 3 now, 50 for 3. And this should really test the Pirates, because I'm not really sure how deep they do bat. Ataloye, former Nigerian international, so certainly knows his way around the willow, but also does his work with the ball. He's coming in now, and that one just getting big on Bruce. So Turnabone generating a little bit more pace than normal. Yeah, I agree with you. The man GTB has been good tonight. He's picked up 3 wickets over the course of these 2 matches. So it's could be a big moment in the match. We're into the 6th over, and like I keep saying, in my opinion, this is the most important stage in a T10 innings. This over and the next 2 should decide the match. If they can keep that run rate up around, it's around 9-10, just until the final over, then they will at least get that 100-run mark on the board, as that one is turned away around the corner by Ataloye, who picks up his first run. Yeah, that's a really good observation in the chat. Oh, so many good comments going on in the chat. Oh, Vinny Sanders in there. Hadn't seen that from you. We'll get back to Miss Maximo in a minute. But a good observation by the man that there was a real left-hand, right-hand combination with Nadeem being at the crease in the last match. And with him now gone, as that one's punched off the back foot to backward point for a single. With him now gone, the field can really just stay steady. And you know, they've obviously got their plans for each hitter. But Not so much shifting and changing. So driven beautifully straight down the ground. Umpire does a little shimmy, gets out of the way. And I might want to have a look at that again, because despite best efforts, it was Lee Graham down there. He took a tumble, but I feel like his foot might have been over the rope. I hope we can slow this down as he fetches this ball. I think the other angle is the one that we want. As it is, well, it seems like that over. They've just called the run, so that over done. Turn and Bone goes for 1 for 9. Let's have a look at this. As he grabs it, it's in his hands, and that foot goes over the rope while he's holding it. So that should be called 4, and it is now. So that should help the cause of the Pirates. And so they pick up 4 more. So what that means is all our systems update. Well, Stagno's coming into the attack. We didn't see him bowl in the last match. He might have bowled one over, but didn't have any great impact. He was dropping them in short. But the score now 56 for 3 after 6. And he just plays late on that. Ravi Panchal looked like he wanted to leave it, and then he wanted to try and get something on it. As he does, he pokes it down for no run. So, big hello to you, Mr. Maximo. Been loving the work over there at the ECL. Some riveting cricket today. Shorter one by Stagno, and is not called a wide. So that's his one permissible bouncer. Yeah, there was some fantastic cricket over there in Malaga today. Great to see, you know, it's different teams being different teams. The Austrian Cricket Tigers managed to take down Tro, I believe. Or Svanholm it was, as Ravi Panchal swivels around on that. And they just hit it down to backward square leg for a single. Yeah, Austrian Cricket Tigers managed to take down Svanholm, who are a very strong unit from Denmark. But of course, Dro, they also picked up a win today. It's going to be a free hit, as I think that was his second. Oh, he might be taken out of the attack here. Just going to see what was going on. It's going to be a free hit. Yeah, so that was no balled. Ataloya just opens himself up, gets a big top edge over the keeper's head, down to the rope. Doesn't matter how they come, doesn't matter where they come from, but as long as they come, then they will take them, these Pirates. 4 more runs. So not the most convincing of shots, but like I said, Max Nix, as you'd say in German, Sam Nick. Or, as I've learned in Spanish, no pasada nada. Doesn't matter. However they come, here's Ataloy facing the Stagno, and just waits on that, punches it down to point, takes 1 more run. So not going ferociously, but they're still hovering around that 10 run and over mark, which is sort of keeping them in the realm of going big in the last couple of overs. Here's Stagno now to Panchal, and Panchal goes lifting, and he lifts it all the way up over backward square leg, all the way for 6 more runs. Big shot by Panchal, and easy as you like. Did not hit that one too hard. Pure timing. Just watched it onto the bat, opened up his front foot, and let it fly. Ravi, he moves to 18 now. 1 delivery left in this Stagno over, and it's turning into a pretty good one. 12, 13 off it. I can feel the seed mist falling up into us in the grandstand here. And a fuller one, a slower one, and should be a no ball as well. I think I'd like to have a look at it side on if we can, as that over comes to a close. And that not being a no ball after 7, it's going to be 70 for 3, but I think that was no balled. Yep, it was no ball. So a free hit coming up to Ataloye, who goes for some fancy ramp shot, gets himself caught in a tangle. Doesn't matter though, because they managed to run through for a single. So 71 for 3 after 7 overs. The Pirates, well, their ship is sailing, but whether they can really keep it afloat will all come down to these last 3 overs. So coming up tomorrow, there's day 3 of Group A round robin. You've got Star CC versus True, Swanholm versus Helsinki Titans, Tunbridge Wells versus True, Swanholm versus Star CC, and the ACT versus the Helsinki Titans, starting at 8 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock Central European, and 1:30 in India. Make sure you tune in for that action. And then about halfway through that last match, depending how you feel, you can put on a second screen and come here for finals day as Ataloye pulls one from outside off, not very convincingly, down to mid wicket for a single. And 7 games of cricket a day tomorrow, just like today's. That one's lifted in the air, catching chance, and it just gets short on him down there. I think that was Barbara, was it? Fielding at that kind of 45-degree position on the leg side, and just got caught in the gusts of wind up in the air, took the top edge of the bat, went right up in the air, and just unable to read the trajectory. And he realised that he had to go back, and then it kind of died, and he had to go forward, and tough chance to take, and it goes begging. So Ataloye, Punchel survives, picks up 2 more. He's doing pretty well here. He's on 20 off 16. As old GTB continues his spell. Pretty good from him so far. 1 for 15. And that's a catching chance for Kajato. Very tough chance. Just cannot quite get across to it. So they run 1 more. Yeah, it's been much better by the Sloggers, this bowling performance, just keeping it a little bit tighter. There were 2 overs in which no boundaries were hit as Gary Tatumbo comes in. Ataloye tries to get funky, but all he does is starts doing the chicken dance, and as a result cannot get bat to ball, and lucky not to be caught. Yeah, so the first and the 5th overs, probably the best for the Sloggers here. But this one's turning out pretty well as well. Only 5 off it so far, with 1 delivery remaining. No shot. Punchel dance down the track, readjusts, gets enough bat on it to hit it behind square, and finds the rope for 4 more runs. So that is the boundary that they wanted in this over, and what was pretty good by GTB ends up being a 9-run over, which is not too shabby. But certainly the Pirates will be happy that they managed to find 4 bars of gold with that last shot. And we can have a look at the comparative worm, or at least the Pirates worm, excuse me, as they reach 80 runs. So going at a decent clip, just 10 runs and over, straight up, and this is the chance for them to shine. They've managed to survive those 3 overs, and this time Ataloye rocks back. He's found a gap, and Matty Hunter's coming across, and he does a little bit of a fancy through the leg boundary save. Saves 2 runs certainly for his team. He gets warm applause from everybody concerned, as well as some who aren't concerned. So Sam Nick, he's talking about his batting. He wants the camera there in Kiel to see him perform. I'd love to. I do hope we get to Kiel again this year, as a wide is bowled, and despite the fishing attempts by Ataloye, nothing doing. He can just let those ones go. Yeah, we've had great times in Kiel, and I was in Krefeld last year as well for the women's internationals. Always great seeing German cricket taking leaps and bounds, as is all European cricket. Unbelievable to think But it started with the ACL in 2019, and 2 years later, here we are in Gibraltar, having also gone all around the continent, from the Netherlands to Cyprus, from Bulgaria to Spain. It is all happening as that one is driven away on the offside. Pretty nice drive, but there is Christian Barbara. Oh, sorry, it's Jonathan Gracia. They're great names that really exemplify how Anglo-Hispanic this territory is. Jonathan Gracia. It's a beautiful, beautiful Gibraltarian name, in my opinion. There's Charlie Harrison has got the ball, and we're just getting some confirmation of things going on here. So having a chat with the umpire. And so what we'll have tomorrow is whoever wins this game will be playing Bavaria. And yeah, it'll be either the Pirates or the Sloggers playing Bavaria, and then it will be, of course, Tarek taking on the Kelpe Giants in the final. So I think we've just had a missed ball count. So just making sure things are all synchronous and square. So we have a bit of a conference out there. I've got to say, I've been impressed by all the teams, and sure, the Sloggers and the Pirates, they have been on the end of a couple of defeats, and obviously fighting it out for who takes what we would call the wooden spoon, being the bottom of the table recipient. And it's what we call the winner of the wooden spoon is the one who comes last. But even though they might be sitting at the bottom of the table, they have all these teams have produced good performances, both on an individual basis and a team basis. They've all had surprise wins, and it's been really great to see Gibraltarian cricket just getting its chance again. It's been out in the wilderness for a while. It's a bit of an odd state of affairs when you live in a British territory and have to go to Spain to play your cricket, which is what many of these players have been doing. But that all seems to be going in a different direction now, along with the partnership with ECN. Means that we can really start to watch this cricketing scene flourish and grow. We've got some good young players as well as a lot of experience out there, which is how wisdom and knowledge is transferred. Harrison comes in now, and this one pulled away by Ataloye. He's not found the rope on that occasion, but he's found Matty Hunter out there in the deep. So he gets one more. Yeah, the man agrees with me. Even if you win the spoon, it has been a really great tournament. Oh, and this is a great shot from Panchal. He has lifted that all the way up over the rope. 6 big runs to Ravi. Ravi runs, and that is exactly what they needed. You just feel that they were getting clamped down a little bit. The last couple of overs have been really good. Turner Bone only went for 9, and then this one has gone for 6 up until that shot. And very happy to hear, man, that you think it's been a well-run series. Wouldn't happen, of course, without all the people working behind the scenes, both with ECN and with the Gibraltar cricket community, which has been fantastic community support. Punchal tries to drag that one away and succeeds as far as Matty Hunter. So picks up one more run, and that is the end of Harrison's first over. He goes for 13, and with 1 over remaining, the Pirates, they're there. They're thereabouts. They're on 93 for the loss of 3. And yeah, the man saying, let's hope that Vinny doesn't mess it up tomorrow. His commentator curse is real. Well, it's when you know that you're doing a good job in the commentary box, when you can put your commentary curse on. And Vinny Sando, there's few better. Does a great job, and I'll be okay handing over the reins a little bit tomorrow as well. Been entrusted with this series, much to my privilege and honour. It's been absolutely splendid to spend these evenings here with you all, watching this tournament unfold, watching the stories take shape. Really can't wait to get back here and see how it all progresses, as it is going to be. Mark Bucket is coming in to finish his spell now. Right arm around the wicket and just pulled away Punchal, and he has got a big piece of it. In fact, he's gotten the whole pie all the way over the fence. 6 more runs. Wasn't too short, maybe just short of a length. And Punchal, he's got his iron now, and he's just rocked back and played that one beautifully through mid-wicket. So just another little delay in proceedings. Here's Bakarese. Let's continue. This time Punchal again looking for that gap at mid-wicket, but he finds the man, but he also finds the rope. Lee Graham unfortunately ran out of real estate and just could not stop that before cannoning into the rope at the same time. So that'll be 4 more runs. Yes, foot touching the rope and called as such by the umpire. So good over here, good final over with Punchal taking control. He's moved to 41 now. Is that one just gets through? And I believe that was called a wide. Yeah, just wide mark. Well taken by Collado. He's been really good behind the stumps. In fact, all the wicket keepers have been really good in this tournament. This one's short outside off stump and slapped away. Calls of 2 from the teammates sitting on their chairs, but I think that was pretty safe not to scramble back for a second. May as well be there till the end. 3 deliveries left. Ataloye facing now. Oh, he touches down the pitch and a good stumping. Yes, Collado, he has taken that really well. Whipped off the bails. We'll have a look at it side on. Yeah, it came right down. Foot coming back, and I think it's in the air still. Yeah, for me, that's gone. So just getting confirmation. Umpire at square leg. Lifts the finger and tells Ataloye that your time in the middle is up, my friend. Yeah, it'll be really interesting. So we have had two cases in this innings where fielders gathering the ball have slipped or just not really been aware of where the rope was, and as such, when they've touched the ball, part of their body has been touching the rope. As we have a look at another replay, the stumping and good quick work by Collado. He has been really good behind the stumps this whole series. So there have been at least 4 runs, you would say, maybe 6 runs from 2 shots that have been boundaries that had the fielders had a bit more presence of mind, they wouldn't have conceded. But as it is, well, that slipped through Collado. It's going to be extras, and it's going to go all the way. Well, that is disappointing. That is super disappointing, because with that wicket, they had a new batter in there and a chance just to not let him get settled. Rick Hatchman, it is. And yeah, difficult day for Collado. He just kind of came up a bit early and wasn't really following the ball as much as he could have. So last ball, here we go. And that has been spanked away. There's Avinash Pai. He's just doing some casual close, casual fielding. But Rick Hatchman comes out, just stands and delivers a short wide one outside off. He has hit it with force and authority for a big 6 to end the innings. And that means the Pirates have made it to 115 for 4. Another good innings by them. And it is going to prove difficult for these sloggers to slog their way to victory. They're going to have to do it though, because if they don't, then they are out of the competition and won't be turning up tomorrow. Let's have a look at this final shot. Oh, this is the highlights of the innings. Well, It all started, of course, with Kieran Ferrari, who just did his usual thing, making his way to 13 off 8 with a couple of big shots, all on the leg side, running the rope 3 times before falling victim to that good nut from Zamet. Well taken by Criado behind the stumps, just that under edge through to the keeper, and Ferrari doing this sportsman-like thing, which we've always seen a lot of, and walking. And then Nadeem Hussain, well, he's played a really good hand as well. He made his way to 16 off 11. Matty Hunter, once again, one of probably the pick of the bowlers, a little bit unlucky at times, such as Dan keeping the inside edge. Unfortunate not to have that played onto the stumps, but rather rolling and twisting and turning its way down to the rope for 4 runs. Punchal came in, and anything short on the leg side, Punchal is really happy to just rock back and pull away, but also showing he can play pretty well square of the wicket on the offside. That was a beautiful drive, or a beautiful kind of cut shot. And Nadeem Hussain, he got lucky a couple of times as well. And until his luck run out, of course, and that was with the good work by Zamet, who picked up 2 wickets of his own as well. So nice contribution by him, and they'll need him with the bat, that's for sure. GTB came on, and he bowled a pretty good over. The first one went for 11, but he took a wicket, and that was Bruce, who skied a high one, which was really easily and nicely taken by Criado, who didn't need to go anywhere. Went straight up in the air and came straight down into his gloves. Have a look at that again. Just Bruce, unfortunately, letting the bat slice at that a little bit more than he had to. Need to really get on top of it. And then Ataloye came in. He was pretty good. Ataloye put together a nice innings of 16 off 12 deliveries. As he just tried to find the rope wherever he could. And sometimes it was back behind his head. Punchal always willing to use his feet. And then, of course, anything short, he will do that too. And then Harrison, he came on for 1 over, and that was not too expensive. He went for 13, but it did kind of let the pressure off. Gary Turner-Bone had bowled a really good over, where he'd only gone for 9, and then unfortunately when Bakadesi came on, then this happened, and that could be vital runs as the last wicket fell with that nice stumping of Ataloye. But then of course a couple of balls left after that, which went for 4 byes, and then that 6, the last 2, so 4 byes here with Hatchman coming out and not managing to middle one. But then next time round, oh, sorry, that was a replay, so a bit disappointing for Criado, but the next time round, last ball of the innings, picks it up, swats it away, picks up 6 more runs to finish the innings, and that is a good knock by the Pirates. They've accumulated 115 runs, losing 4 wickets in the process, and it will be fascinating to see how the Sloggers go about chasing this. We know that Mark Bakadesi is back in the lineup, which I think is a good move, because they will need his power hitting, and also from the likes of Julian Freoni and of course Kyron Stagno. But here's the batting scorecard of these Pirates, which was pretty good at the top of the order again, only losing 4 wickets when it looked like it was threatening to crumble. So a nice little partnership in the middle there. And then the bowling figures, well, nice work by Matty Hunter. Unfortunate not to pick up a wicket. Bakadesi, he's always good for 1 or 2. And Brian Zamet picking up 2 wickets, going at 12.5 and over. But hey, that's T10 cricket. What can you do? So that is the end of the first innings in this second match of tonight's doubleheaders. As we have a look at the urban development chart of the Pirates, they wanted to live in a village, and then they started to build some towers, and then they built a skyscraper at the very end. And once again, the sort of 6th, 7th overs proving pivotal to getting them beyond that triple-digit score mark. So that's the mid-inning summary, and folks, we'll be back in a few short minutes for the resumption and the resolution of this final match of the group stages here at the Europa Sports Complex in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Wegasani, and we'll be back after this short break. Until then, ciao for now. and a warm welcome back to the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar. I'm Joe Agasani, and we are here for the final innings of tonight's action. It is the Sloggers versus the Pirates, and the Sloggers, in the words of Kitty Hunley in the YouTube chat, the Sloggers are going to have to slog like they've never slogged before. It's going to be Kyron Stagno facing up to Louis Bruce for the first over to see who will take that fourth position and be able to fight it out against Bavaria in tomorrow's bronze medal match. As it is, the Pirates, they had honours earlier tonight and they've put on a similar total, so they'll be feeling confident about this. Here we go, let's play some cricket, and full outside off, driven away and down to the rope for 4. So it's Zamet, excuse me, it's not Stagno. So interesting change here. They have put Zamet in, which is he's been really good at the top of the order. And Bakarese joining in on this match. He's out there as well. So Stagno being held back for at least 1 wicket. The Sloggers needing 112 runs now off 59 balls. So it is going to be up to Louis Bruce to try to break their defences, and he's done really well there. Getting one through the keepers. I've just had a lovely cup of tea delivered to me from Anthony, one of the participants of South Iberian cricket. Such lovely community spirit around here. So please, everyone out there, cross your fingers that the wind doesn't blow this tea over. As Louis Bruce almost blows Zamet over, but Zamet just managing to jam the bat down and play that square of the wicket for no run. Yeah, I had a cup of coffee blown over by the wind on me earlier today, but now I've got a nice cup of, it's just English breakfast tea. Sam, Nick in the chat asking what I'm having, not Yorkshire tea. English breakfast tea with milk, very lovely, as Zamet punches that one down on the onside and takes a single. Yeah, it's a bit colder here today. The last couple of days have certainly been colder than at the start of the series, where we found that there wasn't so much breeze, but there are little different elemental things every day. The wind coming from slightly different directions or in slightly different rates of frequency. It's quite gusty today, so I can pick up and drop off. Here's Louis Bruce, and a good ball, almost chopped on, but just gets the under edge. It's running down to the rope, but there is Nadeem Hussain protecting the boundary, so they'll get one more. And big hello as well to Seb Suarez. Loved your work in this series, mate. He's saying come back in summer. We're going to come back here. I'm thinking of moving here. This place is absolutely sensational. I've loved our time down in Gibraltar, and of course over the border in La Linea where we've been staying. Bruce in to finish the first over, and he's almost got that one through him, and there might be a run out chance, but for the fact that the throw was slightly astray. That was a good ball from Bruce. He's just really getting some nice in swing, and I think took the edge. I think Zamet thought that his time was over. But as it is, he survives, and the end of that over yields 7 runs from it, and that's the score of the Sloggers, chasing down 116. And this is exactly the same as what we saw in the last match, that the Sloggers, they were just not able to get their run rate up above that kind of 7-8 run and over mark, and they're going to need to do much better than that if they are to pull this victory out of the hat. As long as they've got wickets in hand, you know that they've got the hitters in their lineup to do it. Hatchman in now, and that, he put that one out. It's been called a wide. The old butterfly wings have come out from the umpire, calling that a wide, which we might have a little bit of a look at a replay if we can. And just tailing off there, and yeah, going over the blue line. Good umpiring. Hatchman in. And gets that one straighter. It's been pulled away, up and away. A massive 6 all the way over the fence, over the players, and 6 more bickies. That is a nice shot. Zamet, he is such a good player. both with the bat and the ball and in the field. We've seen him take some good catches as well. And he just picks that one up off the length. Barely doesn't move his feet at all. Just swings through it and finds the middle. Hatchman to respond. Drops it in short. It tails back and, oh, Zamet. Well, that shows his class. That one was short. He was there to cut it. But as it tailed back into him, he just adjusted and opened up the face and glanced it off down to third man. Oh, yeah, perfectly still head. Just watching it all the way onto the bat. That's some good batting. Not an easy shot to play, that one. So I've been calling the umpires wide signal butterfly wings. The man thinks it's more like the Angry Birds character, flapping his wings trying to take off. Anyway, well, all entitled to our opinions, I guess, as that one's defended away on the offside for a single. Yeah, Angry Birds. Gee, that takes me back. Must be about 15 years now that became a kind of early incarnation of the world of memes that we now live in. As Hatchman has 3 balls remaining. Zamet tries to come down the crease, and Hatchman, well, he had a couple of choices there to drop it in short or to go for the Yorker, and he went for the Yorker. It was a pretty good ball in the end. It wasn't quite Yorker length, but it did cramp up Zamet and disallow him from playing any meaningful shot. Goes through to the keeper, dot ball. So a nice battle going on here at the moment, as these two go head to head. And now he goes for the Yorker, and that's well dug out by Zamet, getting his bat down low and straight and protecting his stumps with a plum. So 1 ball left in this over, the second. That time he goes for the big hoik, but it was just a bit too full and it played under the bat. So that's the end of the first over of Hatchman's. And after 2 overs, the sloggers, they are not really slogging, but they are sitting there at 16 for none. They're going to need to go better than that. That run rate creeping up now to 12.5 runs and over. The required run rate, that is. As we get more interaction in the chat, and Kitty Hunley's asking, how is my cousin Stefan doing? Well, I can almost shout out and ask him, because Steph is actually the tournament referee for this competition. He's been doing very well. He's been very happy with the umpiring standard. Barely have to do anything, Steph. He's just enjoying watching some cricket and keeping an eye over everything. And Nishay, of course, who was with me in Cyprus. Big hello to Nishay if he's out there listening. I expect he's back at university in Wales, is where he was going to university. Nishay, he was with me in the commentary box in Cyprus. Certainly had a unique style of commentary, as Mark Garrett comes into the attack, and he's been lifted up over the mid-on fielder, but Ravi Panchal roaming around on the fence there, prevents the boundary. Yeah, I really like Nishay's style. So for anyone who didn't know, go back and look at some clips of the Cyprus tournaments we had last year, because Nishay, a young Cypriot of Indian descent, who grew up watching cricket but not really playing it, but learning to commentate, as Garrett has this one taken off the pads. It's a beautiful shot, just all wristy action from Zamet, and he finds the gap, finds the rope, finds 4 more runs, and that is stylish as you like. Yeah, Nishay, he started commentating for ECN. He went to a tryout, and they just heard him straight away, and he learned his commentary style just by watching sports and listening, and certainly had a unique take on it for cricket. Also has a little bit of what I call an international school accent, quite American, and very interesting combination with cricket, not something you usually hear. As this one's lifted up, there's a catching chance, but unfortunately for Richard Cunningham, that one was flying, and I think even if he got it, the force of it would have taken him over the rope. As it is, the ball goes over the rope, And there's another big 6. Yeah, and there's a good comment, another good comment by the man. Really observational stuff. That these two, when they're not hitting big, they're not running that quickly between the wickets. And they certainly need to be, because they need every single run they can get, especially with this power play coming to a close. So yeah, thank you, Kitty, for asking after those two. I'll tell Steph that you said hello. It's been good spending time with the cousin. Of course, we're in Barcelona at the end of last year, forming the Cousins commentary duo. And hopefully he'll be back in the commentary box with me in future series. But as it is, he's the one on the walkie-talkie with the umpire at the moment, just getting clarification sorted out. See the big smile there on the face of Zamet. There's, like I keep saying, such good spirit between all the players. I think we're just making sure that we've all got the ball count correct. On my mark, it's 3 balls from this over to go. But you can check out all the ball-by-ball action, of course, on our website, europeancricket.com. Of course, there's all the information there on this series and all the rest to come, including that mammoth 6-week series, the European Champions League, and that is proving already only 2 days in, and we've had some blistering cricket. Seen some of the best catches already in these 2 days that we've seen so far in T10 cricket. Just some absolute pearlers. And so great to see European cricket coming in leaps and bounds. Unbelievable to think that 30 champion teams from around the continent are converging on the south of Spain to play some cricket. It's a world gone mad, but mad in a good way. Mad in a way that I could only have dreamt of as a kid. I moved to Europe when I was 13. I had to stop playing cricket and didn't realise that there was such a strong base already, but that base has just grown and grown and grown to what we have today. Here's Garrett. So he just puts one at a tempting line for Zamet, but maybe just a little bit too short for the drive. Yeah, there's a bit of a hush that's come on the field now. The supporters are all watching keenly, and this one has got a big top edge. Should come down into a fielder's hands, but Steve-O, well, he can't get there, unfortunately. Jimmy Stevenson, the cult figure, he was in the chat last night talking a big game, and certainly his Pirates have stood by his words tonight. But on that occasion, that ball just kept travelling, and it fell in the Bermuda triangle of confused and bemused fielders. One more run to the total. So Garrett to bowl his final ball of the first over, his first over, and that time, Zamet went for the cut shot. Bowler appealed, keeper wasn't looking interested, and nor was the umpire. That over comes to a close, 11 off it, and after 3 overs, the power play done. The Sloggers are sitting on 27 for the loss of none. Sam Nick thinking that the ECL is fantastic, and perhaps in the future there could be other venues like the World Cup is hosted in different countries each time. Well, that is certainly something that we'd be aiming for. We're just trying to get European cricket to reach its full potential, and I think there's a long way to go with that, and all that says is that the potential here is great. There's such a good mix of players from different backgrounds. We've got, red ball players, we've got tape ball players, we've got people who haven't played for a long time but are coming back into it, and people who, Mark Simpson Parker is also one of our ECN crew. He's a young Austrian Australian batter. He's been playing cricket his whole life. That short one is just dabbed away around the corner for a single. Pretty well fielded in the end. So I love the diversity of players, not only their backgrounds and their languages and their cultures, but their ways of playing, the way that they go about the game. It's just really fantastic. I'd argue you only see this in Europe. As that one cuts right back, as it's a good ball. Zamet coming down the pitch, and Hatchman smart enough to drop it in short. The man's not liking the umpire's hand gestures, thinking they're too over the top, thinking there was a little bit of Karate Kid wax on, wax off about that signal of the power play. I say let's see more of it. I want to see umpires get more effusive in their actions. As Hatchman comes in to bowl his third delivery of this over, and that one played off the back foot pretty nicely by Zamet down to deep point, where he picks up one more run. Yeah, I don't mind the Billy Bowden school of umpiring personally. I think as long as they're not taking all the attention, trying to be in the spotlight too much, I don't mind a little bit of a flourish. Why not? There's Buccaneers on strike now, and he's been good since he's come back, but he's chipped that one right up to Jimmy Stevenson. The cult classic runs in. It takes a pretty simple catch in the end. He made it look easy, that's for sure, and gets the pandemic fist bump of jubilation and celebration from all his teammates. Oh, he basically took a chest mark, so probably made it a little bit more difficult than it had to be, but pretended he was a centre half forward playing Aussie rules footy and just clung on to that, to the chest. And that is the end for Buccaneers, who's come out and rejoined this team after missing out in the first match. And now it's going to be this man, Freoni, coming out, so still holding Stagno in the shed, as Freoni just waits on that one and lets it glance off his bat down to backward point for a single. So Buccaneers going for 13. They're going to need more than this, so they are falling behind that run rate again. It's now crept up to around about 14 runs and over, which is getting into difficult territory. This one short and cut away. Played really well, actually. As you might have seen, these balls are cutting back from Hatchman. He is finding the seam, and on that occasion, Zamet, he's got his eye in because he just leant back on it and glanced it away, finding that big gap at point. So that's the end of Hatchman's second over. He finishes with figures of 1 for 16 and 4 overs in. The Sloggers 34 for 1. And you can be one of my many friends in the live chat on YouTube, European Cricket Network, where our family is growing in leaps and bounds. So it is interesting that they have held Stagno back, and so some comments in the chat that he hasn't had the best of times in the previous probably 3 matches. Well, as the man puts it, hasn't quite been himself, and be interesting to see what they do. I think it wouldn't be a bad move to, just depending obviously what happens. They've got wickets in hand, but if they can get to, so say if they get to the 7th over losing 1 more, maybe they bring in Lee Graham next, because he played pretty well, making 22 in his previous outing, and then just see if he can do that again, and then coming into the latter stages, if another wicket then falls, bringing Stagno in. I wouldn't want to not let him bat, because I think if you're chasing 116, you want him out there at some stage. And this one from Puncher was a good nut, and he's just, well, Fran, he's practicing the pull shot, but that had some gas on it. So he just prods it back down, and no run taken. So a good start here from Ravi. Frayoni on strike. He attacks the stumps, and they reckon they've got an edge. Well, there was one shout there. Umpires remain unmoved. You can see at this stage the Pirates are 40 for 2, so about even Stevens, you might say. The Sloggers with one extra wicket in hand. Pirates being 7 runs ahead of where they are now. And that one just sort of short and full and wide, excuse me. And Frayoni just getting down low and punching it away, square of the wicket for another one. We haven't really had too many boundaries. Only 5 boundaries in this inning so far, and 2 sixes, and they were off Hatchman and Garrett. So certainly going at a less ferocious rate than the Pirates were. As Punchell goes looking for the LBW, asks a question but going down leg, and height also being an issue on field. Maybe we can see that from side on. So yeah, just tailing down leg. So no need to check the side on view. But we're going to have a look at it anyway. Good work by our camera crew. Yeah, maybe just going over the stumps, back to live action now. Punchell in, and this time he's got a hold of it. Zamet, he has pulled that away all the way over the rope for 6 more runs. Big hitting from Zamet. And that will be disappointing for Punchell. So that's the boundary that they were looking for, and it was a maximum as well. Yeah, Seb Suarez reckons jump on the pirate ship. Yeah, well, they have certainly been doing a great job. Looking for the treasure chest here. Just coming up with their second victory of tonight if they can do this. Punchell taking one in, but well played off the back foot by Zamet, who just, he looks a bit class above Zamet. Certainly plays each and every ball on its merits. That overcomes to a close, 8 runs off it, and the Sloggers are 42 for 1. Halfway through their innings, certainly falling behind the rate now. They need to get going and get going soon. As we have a look there, they have been losing wickets. Buccaneers, you could see him back, but he'll be disappointed to only make 14 off his 9 deliveries. But Zamet already cruising along there on 25. I've been saying that the key to getting into the Sloggers or to beating the Sloggers is Zamet, Frayoni and Stagno. But Stagno hasn't shown yet. It will be interesting if another wicket falls, whether he comes in or Lee Graham comes in. So Richard Cunningham now coming in to make either Sam Nick or the man, I can't remember which, one of you's thinking of the Fonz and happy days with Richard Cunningham. So I hope you're enjoying those fond memories. Here he is with his little doubly off spinners. As that one will get today. He's going to get a wicket here because the keeper's right under it, and he drops it. Oh, I spoke too soon. Ferrari, he was in good position, and somehow that one just slipped through the gloves. And yeah, a little bit like dying from 1,000 cuts with these singles, and that is just a good indicator of the good type bowling. I've also been impressed with how few wides we've seen today. There was in the last match, I think the Sloggers let 15 wides go, but 2 of them were cases of wides going past keeper and to the rope. So it's been pretty good, the bowling, not to give away too many extras. And this time Cunningham gets a little bit of spin back. There might be a right-out chance, but for the fact that Frayoni scrambles his way back beyond the mark. Yeah, they certainly need to find the rope. So we've got 3 out on the leg side. Cunningham in now, and he's gone straight down the ground, but not hit it with full force as Jimmy Stevenson manages to eat that one with his shin. That certainly looked like it hurt from the big fella with the Colt haircut. Yeah, so 3 players out on the leg side. There's a long on sort of cow corner and a deep square leg, and then a long off. But besides that, they're having quite an attacking field. Point is in, third man is in. This one's been slapped away. It's found the gap and it's found the rope. That's what they needed. Zamet, he moves his way to 31 with 4 more runs. The man wants me to tell the players where the boundary is. Well, he found it on that occasion. I just think it's been good tight bowling. They haven't been putting anything too short as well. And also, I think the sloggers have just gotten into their own heads now. So 50 for 1 after 6. And a good over from Cunningham, only going for 8. And in the last match, he bowled 1 and only went for 5. So that's a good return for him tonight. As Panchal of the Ravi variety comes back into the attack. And a big hello to you, Rahul Chowdhury Shamim. Sloggers are playing for the win, he's asking. Well, I assure you, everyone's out there to win. It just seems to be a little bit beyond them at the moment. As that wind picks up, and I'm grabbing my cup of tea so that it doesn't spill all over me, and Ravi gets one full and wide past the splayed bat of Fraioni, who certainly seems a little bit more stuck than what Fraioni normally is. And I can tell you that cup of tea is already going cold. So it's still lovely to have it. As Panchal comes in. Looking for the subs, he's found them, he's bowled him. Might have taken a little bit of an under edge as it went through, but Fraioni gave himself room on the leg side, and that was the invitation that Ravi Panchal was looking for as he drove one through, found the stumps, and picked up another wicket. 50 for 2 after 6.2 overs. Yeah, he's just got the under edge, and I think it was going at the stumps anyway, but just made certain of it as it clattered into leg stump. So Stagno is coming in now, which I think that's the right move. We know that Lee Graham, he loves those kind of swivel around backward to square pull shots, but I think Stagno's got a little bit more variety, and he can certainly hit it very far. So that's what they need him to do, because they are in all sorts of trouble at the moment. 50 for 2 after 6.2. That run rate is creeping higher and higher and higher. The required run rate, that is. I've just done the smart thing and put my cup of tea on the ground for everyone just following along at home. Should be all safe from that now. Here comes Panchal, and that's been punched back down the ground. But Stagno, see, this is the problem for Stagno. He's coming in this late. Is he doesn't have the benefit of the power play. So the whole leg side, there are 3 fielders on the rope on the leg side, all for catching positions. He can clear the rope, of course, and then that long off as well, which is also a hitting zone for him. He lifts that wall, he chops that one down. That got big on him. Might be a no ball. Let's have a look. Certainly wasn't above the head, so that was one bouncer for the over, one permissible bouncer. Good ball by Panchal in the end, as no runs came off it. So what has Stagno got? 2 balls left from Panchal now. Comes down the pitch, goes for the big hoist. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's a good piece of bowling by Ravi. This is also the issue with Stagno coming out at this stage. Now he'd be feeling the extra pressure, them holding him back until this situation. He's basically saying, we are in a spot of bother and we need you to slog us out of it. Which is a lot of pressure for the big man, who comes down and just manages to drag this one away to mid-wicket for a single. So a good over there from Ravi Panchal. Only one run off it. Can you believe? One run and a wicket off that over. He finishes with figures of 1 for 9 and up to 7. The Sloggers 51 for 2. One run off that over. We don't barely ever see that in T10 cricket. So that's something to hang his hat on. Tomorrow night we'll be back with the bronze final and the gold final, of course. Final night of this wonderful series here in Gibraltar, starting at 4:30 GMT, 5:30 Central European, and 10 p.m. over there on the Indian subcontinent. I was really impressed with that by Panchal. That could be a game assuring over. Have a look at that, last 6 balls. Wonderful stuff. Here's Richard Cunningham. He's going to bowl 2 this time. Oh, and he's a good ball as well. They're not going to get boundaries from that. With a nice stop by Ricky Hatchman out there and long on. Yeah, this could be a big win. Well, Ian Latton's joined the chat. Hello to you, Ian. As that one is just punched away for another single. He's checking in to have a look who he will be playing tomorrow. It looks like it's going to be the Pirates. Can you believe it? Get aboard the pirate ship. They're coming. Yar. And this one was full toss. And Stagno tries to find the rope, but again, batting in the overs that aren't the power play overs, those kind of shots are going to yield fewer runs than he would normally get at the top of the order. So on that occasion, he only gets the 1. And really looking forward to seeing how Bavaria go against, well, it looks like it'll be the Pirates. Can you believe it? This time, Zamet, he's trying to hit out, but again, Cunningham just putting them in fuller, straighter. It's really good death bowling because singles don't matter at the moment. 2s don't matter at the moment. In fact, barely 4s matter at the moment. They need 6s. So just getting some clarification and verification that everything is where it should be. I can see all the fielders and the batters and the umpire. It looks like we should still be playing some cricket. But umpire just has more information than I do. Here we go, ready to go. Here's Dick Cunningham. And a full toss, and it's been spanked away. That will find the rope. In fact, it will go over the rope for 6 more runs. And that's the kind of thing that Stagno's out there to do. Could be too little too late, I'm afraid. In fact, unless every ball from now on goes in the same direction, this is going to be a Pirate win. Cunningham going full again in this one. Very down leg, and unfortunately for Ferrari, he was unable to stop it, so it runs to the rope. That'll be 4 handy buys. Really difficult to take those chances behind the stumps. You get your vision obscured by the batter, and just kind of got to pretend the batter's not there as we have a look at the comparative worms. And well, one of them's the Rock of Gibraltar. The other one is a little enclave of Ceuta over the other side of the Gibraltar Straits. Just a little hill, pretty easily climbable. And that's really telling the story of the night. 2 overs left in tonight's proceedings. 2 overs for the Sloggers to get 51 off 12 balls. That is unlikely. As Louis Bruce comes back into the attack now. I think it's really good to be able to hold him back for the very end. I think we'll see, yeah, Bruce, and then someone else is going to have to bowl the last over. It'll be Mark Garrett probably, as that one's been lifted up, and that's going to find the rope because that's a difficult one for the Hatchman to get his hands to. And a big hello to you, Helix, in the chat. Magic Joe, they're calling me. We're asking for boundaries, and we've got a couple, but it's going to be too few, too late, I'm afraid. 47 needed off 11 balls. As Zamet certainly been the top performer for his side in this match. He's absolutely taken that one to task. I can almost catch that. There we are, waving my hands in the top right of the screen, because that one was flying right in my direction as he breaches the rope for 6 more big ones. Yeah, so MD Ratnelli says only 8 sixes. Well, there's one of them. And Zamet realizes that it is go hard or go home time. Bruce in now. What's he got? Drops one in short, which is pulled away, and that'll find the rope as well. One bounce over for 4. As Kitty Unley says, live by the slog, perish by the slog. I like that one. That's certainly how things are going down. And then the man observing that Vinny gets a nice walled-in tent while I'm out here in my hoodie in the open. Well, that's, you know, you got to know your place, man. As he goes fishing one, he might have got an edge. Oh, didn't ask a question, but gets some warm applause. It was a good piece of bowling at the end of an innings there by Bruce, who just puts it full and wide and entices the fishing trip. So 2 balls left in this over. Oh, he's almost chopped it on, but just fortunately hits the pad, hits him on the hip, and he scrambles through for 1 run. So Zamet closing in on a 50. It'll be a 50 in vain, I'm afraid, as there are 36 runs needed. It's not unachievable, but they need 6 sixes. If there's one man who can hit 6 sixes here in Gibraltar, though, it's the man who looks a bit like the Rock of Gibraltar, Stagno. And there's one of them, I think. Yes, it's going. There we are. As Stagno doesn't want to stagnate in this innings, and he takes Luke Bruce to task at the end, picking up a big 6, and that over was pretty huge actually. It went for 21 runs, so that's what they needed. There we go. There I am, sitting here in my hoodie and my beanie, watching a fine night of cricket. Big hello to everybody. I'm not allowed in the wall tent. I don't wear colourful suits, so I only get on camera when we know that Vinny Sandu's gone to bed. So have a look at that, 464.16, huge over. And unfortunately that ruins Bruce's figures a little bit. None for 28 off his 2. After 9 overs, 86 for 2 is the score. Meaning they need 30 runs off this last over. So really curious what Zamet is going to do here. Because he is on 48, not out. He's played a beautiful innings. We know he can hit it, but you just wonder whether he thinks, "Oh, can I hit 6 sixes? Or can I hit 5 sixes?" Here we go. Last over to start. Garrett in, and he attacks the stumps, and that's been lifted up. Well, that's one of them. That is one of them. Zamet, he can do it. He reaches his 50 with style. 54 not out with a big, here it comes, Maximo Sescuentas Mas, as a shout out in reference, a bit of cultural appropriation. Vinny Sandu, Enrico Full, they would have liked that one. Unfortunate Garrett, he's a wily operator. What's he got now? Well, short outside, he's not going to hit that one for 6. So that's the 1 ball. He's going to find a 4 though, which will bring them closer. He had 1 ball to not hit for 6. Yeah, I couldn't help myself. I try to stay away from shouting Maximo. It's not my thing. Certainly belongs in the realm of Mr. Maximo, but could not help myself with that one. So, never let it be said that I won't occasionally pull out the big ones. Here's Garrett coming in. He's got some work to do here. Well, that's not going to be a 6. It's not going to be a 4 either. And that'll be the match. Yes. That will be the match. Yeah, so that is a valiant effort in the end by Zamet in particular. But they're going to fall at least 1 ball too short. 19 needed off 3 balls. Unless we have a no ball, of course, or a wide. Gee, a wide here would make things really interesting. As the man tells me that Vinny's already been asked whether anyone could say Maximo, and he says it's okay by him. Well, I wasn't asking Vinny's permission. It's more about how I feel about it. As, don't think I can ever match the verve and flurry of Mr. Maximo himself, as this one's on the stumps and he's tried to go big, but he's going to find the fielder down there at long off, and you can hear the shouts of celebration from the Pirates, because that means they have done it. Yar! Come the comments in the crowd, on the chat. The Pirates, they have sailed their ship to a cove laden with treasure tonight, finding 2 unbelievable victories as Zamet goes right up in the air. Fielder's coming around. They're not going to bother though. It doesn't matter. You can let Zamet stay out there, not out. He's put together a fine innings as we get to the last ball of this match. A no ball 6 wouldn't even. We have to have 2 no ball 6s for them to stand any chance here. So it's going to be the Pirates' night as the Sloggers reach 99 for 2. 1 ball remaining. Here we go. And he's gone long, but not too big. And so despite best efforts between Stagno and Zamet, Stagno coming out and putting on 17 off 10. Zamet making 60. That is a fine knock. But as they say in Spanish, La vida pirata es la vida mejor. The life of the pirate is the best life of all. With a bottle of rum, I believe, at the end of that saying goes. And I'm sure that a bottle of rum will be coming out tonight, because these Pirates, they have raided the treasure chests of the Sloggers, and they have managed to bring it home with 2 unbelievable victories tonight, meaning that they seal up their position in number 4 on the standings of this Gibraltar T10 series. They will be playing Bavaria tomorrow in the first match before the Calpe Giants take on Tarek. So that's all happening from 4:30 GMT, 5:30 Central European, and 10 o'clock in India, 10 p.m. And you can catch all that here on the European Cricket Network YouTube, and of course for FanCode in India. Well, what a night cricket we've had, and you got to feel for the Sloggers, because they have shown real vibe and real spirit in this series, and they've had a few great victories, and they've had players put on some good totals. Zamet making 60 just there, and as he came out and was really able to find the boundary with ease, but he just couldn't get enough support, unfortunately. And I've got to say, their running between the wicket wasn't great tonight, as they weren't able to turn those 1s into 2s. That was a beautiful shot though from Zamet off the pads, just whipping it away, finding the rope with ease. And then on that occasion, going in the same direction, lifting it up, almost being caught by Richard Cunningham, but this unfortunately for Dick Cunningham, unable to get his mitts around it. And it really is an individual highlights reel until that case where Buccaneese chipped it up, caught by the cult hero Jimmy Stevenson out there at mid-off, and then came in Julian Freoni, and he joins Zamet, who just kept going along his merry way. Ravi Panchal, I felt, bowled really well, even though he got taken to task a little bit. He did have 1 over, the 7th over in fact, which only went for 1 run. This is after this over, so he managed to take this wicket, the big wicket of Julian Freoni, and then he managed to only concede 1 more run for the over, and that was probably the game certifier for me, where in that 7th, all-important 7th over, in my opinion, they managed to really put the brakes on any aspirations of the sloggers to slog their way out of it. And Stagno eventually came out. He had to come out eventually and did his very darndest. He managed to pick up a number of boundaries. He worked his way to 16 off 10 with 2 sixes, but it would not be enough, even though Zamet at the end of this innings against Louis Bruce, he managed to just try to lift it up to a point where it was a possibility. It was a mathematical chance coming into the last over. And just some really clever batting by Zamet there, just really knowing his position on the crease and messing with the bowler's length and line, and working his way to that very fine 50. But as I said, it just would not be enough. It was up to Mark Garrett to bowl the final over. When he came on, they needed 30 runs off and over, and the first ball went for 6, and we thought, well, that's enough to shout Maximo. Maybe we'll see 5 more of them. But as it was, all he could do was hit another 4, and then it was 1-1-1-1 to seal the deal for these fearsome and ferocious Pirates. Well, that has been a very fun evening of cricket, ladies and gentlemen. As we have a look at the batting scorecard, they made it to a square 100, losing only 2 wickets along the way. But as I said, it would not be enough. Brian Zamet can definitely hang his hat on that scorecard though. 60 off 31. Some good support from Buccaneers coming back into the lineup after having missed the first match. Julian Fraioni, he failed to really fire a shot in this match, which is unusual for Fraioni. He's been really good throughout this tournament. And then Current Stagno just maybe not coming in early enough. He certainly came on with a lot of pressure on his shoulders as the renowned big hitter of a team that is literally named for big hitting. So that is a tough ask, and unfortunately for them, they will have to depart this series with their heads held high, but unable to compete for that bronze medal chance. The bowling figures, well, what a fine piece of work by Dick Hatchman in particular. He bowled 1 over in the first match, went for 5. He bowled 2 in this one, went for 16, 8 runs and over, and picked up a wicket. That is great work. The other wicket going to Ravi Panchal, who bowled sensationally, only going for 4.5 runs and over. As I said, with that 1 over, only going for 1 run and a wicket, the 7th over there. So we can have a look, and you can see what a difference that makes. I always think that it's the the 5th, 6th, 7th overs are the most crucial, and for the Pirates, they were able to elevate during those overs, and for the Sloggers, they were truly hindered in their pursuit of a good total 116 they were looking for, and in the end they fell 15 runs short. So what a fine evening of cricket here on the second most southerly tip of the European continent here in Gibraltar. It has been an absolute pleasure bringing you all this action, and I want to say a very good night to everyone in the chat. Kitty Hunley, the man, Grace Byzantium Shelley, Ian Latin, I know you're in there as well. Roland Liz, Darren Perotti, thank you very much. Naib Rahman, and can't wait to bring you more cricketing action from this wonderful stadium here at the home of Gibraltarian cricket, the Europa Sports Complex. I'm Joe Regasani. Can't wait to be here with you tomorrow night. I hope everyone has a wonderful, wonderful 24 hours until then. Enjoy the ACL tomorrow, and when we do see each other, then I hope we are in for some fine matches of cricket. It will be the Pirates taking on Bavaria before the Calpe Giants take on Tariq for the gold medal. Until then, well, ciao for now.